This is part two of mental health and you and depression and so forth. And I like this view better. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Knoll, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. And I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. I'm back. Me too. How you doing, Bernicia? And so I've been wanting to do a show about mental health. I love you too, sweetheart. Big giant hugs. Um, on mental health and issues and mental illness and depression and so forth, because I spent a very large part of my life being depressed and going to mental health and taking, you know, drugs that changed my, depressed outlook on life. And I just got a phone call from a good friend of mine this evening. And she said, I just want to let you know that I just had to put my husband, your friend, into the hospital because he said, Darling, you need to take me because my depression is so bad, I can't handle it. Now, he wasn't in any kind of violent mode or anything. And come to find out, we had discussed this um, that he'd been taking shots. Now, I don't know the name. He'd been taking shots for his weight gain loss thing. And he'd lost 25 pounds, which he really needed to do because he was pushing 250 and he's shorter than me. So he needed to lose 25 pounds. So that was good news, but also with, and I don't know the name of the medicine, okay? That's for another podcast, I guess. But that she said he would go in and lay down on the bed, and then in just a little bit, he'd get up and he'd come in and just come into the living room and just kind of just stand there and stare. And 5 minutes later, he'd turn around and walk back in and lay back down. And then 10 minutes later, he'd be up and come back in the living room and just stand there and stare. So obviously, that's not, that's not normal behavior, nor should we allow it to become um, normal behavior. So, um, yeah, so, hey, Crow, what's up? It's Richard. Richard. I was wondering how you've been doing. Susie Q, what's up? So I was wondering if there's going to be any of the crew up this time of the morning. Um, but anyway, so my dear friend who has been dealing with a type of depression not related to shots for his weight gain, okay? So he'd been, really worried about his heart and really worried about this and really worried about that. And his really being Richard is really being Richard. God almighty, Richard. How you doing? I've been thinking about you. I don't know if your whiskers have been alight with fire or anything, but I just, for whatever reason, you've been on my mind in a good way. But I'm like, I wonder what Richard is doing. Anyway, so he's been dealing with a mild case of mental depression since he's retired, and he used to work all the time and very busy, and he was a maintenance personnel on heavy duty equipment and stuff, and so he was always on call and always busy, right? So not an office personnel. Good old boy. I mean that, man, I do. So one of these days we need to just have a Skype or something, just because. But anyway, so my buddy is tells his wife yet this morning, honey, take me to the hospital. So now the good news is he's in. I feel he. Yeah, I know. We just need to line it up, Richard. That's all. We just need to line it up. Invite me, I'll come. We have to do it on your time anyway. Um, you being in the merry old land of Oz. But he's awesome behind the scenes. Um, so mental. It's 8 a.m. It's 2. Wait, it's 2 a.m. Yeah, Bernice is right. It's 3 a.m. Eastern time, but I don't set my clocks up, so it's still 2 a.m. for me. I'm on Central Time at the moment, but that doesn't really bother me. So I don't want to say his name because that just wouldn't be fair, right? But we've been friends for over 20 years, right? And so it's important that you know somebody well enough to be able to look at them and tell that something's eating them. Something's eating at him. Well, ever since he's been retired, his depression has kind of, was going along like this, and it started ramping up. And so the more that he couldn't do stuff, he gained weight, he sat down, he became less active, um, and just one thing led to another, and so that was bringing him down. So that's enough to bring anybody down, as somebody who's been retired for a few years now and who've had to deal with the same kind of issues. And I've been coaching him along, like, I said, I even started before he retired. I said, now, when you retire, you're going to have, you're not going to have these, you're not going to be on call all the time. And you're going to not have this go, 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 go. You're not going to have this 6 days a week, and you're not going to have this 10-hour days, and you're going to have to learn how to deal with that. So, but over the last 5 years since he's been retired, it's like he is still trying to deal with that, you know. So, and that's a hard nut to crack. So, the thing that is sad about my friend, and I have to talk about him for a few minutes to establish a baseline here about where I'm talking about. So, he has no hobbies. The hobbies that he's got is like barely, you know, because he worked 6 days a week, and that seventh day was usually with a 12 pack and kicking back in his lounge chair because, he worked six, 60 hours this last week, and he'd be tired. So, but he used to, used to play the bass in a band, okay? And so he talked a lot about how he used to play and all his band members, and then all of his band members died and kind of left him. He's the last one. And so he's younger than me by a couple of years. And so I'm like, yeah, I know how that feels because the people I used to play music with, they're gone. And I miss playing my acoustic and throwing in there with my harmonica. And I miss playing music, right? I miss my band members, the group that we used to get together and play. I miss them. But, it's difficult at my age, our age, to find folks who do that sort of thing, right? It's not easy just bumping into folks. Anyway, so with that said, I'm like, so I told him years ago, I said, you've got to come up with a hobby. You got to come up with something that you can do to take your mind off of inactivity. Well, I know, well, I've always worked on other things. So I'm like, you should, for me, see, I would like, if I'm working on engines and stuff, I'd find me an old car, and which I got two of them in the yard, and a Ford Ranger sitting out there, to take apart for parts for my Mazda. And, I need to work on my brakes on my Mazda. And so there are things that mechanically, you know. So the other day I was talking with a friend of his, and he's like, well, I can't come up with the money to do a brake job. And I'm like, dude, you, you used to do brake jobs all the time. It's simple, especially front brakes, disc brakes, but I don't know if he has disc brakes all the way around, but you know, we've worked on that kind of stuff before. That's some of the first things we worked on as mechanics is do a brake job, blah, blah, blah. And so it's like, but oh well, I don't know, I'm too old and I can't get up underneath there. And it's like, you got a floor jack, don't you? Well, yeah. You got an air compressor, right? Yeah. Well, you got an air wrench, don't you? Yeah. Well, and I mean, chunka, chunka, chunka. So I was going over through the stuff, and all you got to do is take the wheel off. And all you got to do is loosen a nut. All you got to do is, disc brakes are really easy to replace the pads. You put the new pads in, you put the thing back, and you put the wheel back on, and ring, 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 and you're done. So now depression. So that brings in another thing, something that he used to be able to do easily, he can't do. So now, reason I'm using this as an example is because we have to classify folks who are depressed. Are they able to do a lot of things? Are they good with their hands? Are they outspoken? Or are they, kind of introverted? Would they go to a group meeting or would they stay at home? This is when fishing is good. Yep, exactly. Well, I 2 years ago I bought his. Wait, 2 years ago, 1 year ago, I bought his fishing boat. You probably heard me talking about it. I bought his fishing boat because it needed the money, and I have offered. All you got to do is come by and get the boat and go. Let me know, and we'll go together, and you know well, that hasn't happened since he sold me the boat, and I still don't have the title for it yet either, which is another thing. It's like, well, I'll bring you the title, and well, actually, I have the title. I don't have a bill of sale. So I was like, man, we'll do a bill of sale and we'll do it right, and I'll trade it. But you can still come get the boat. We're friends. Come get the boat. I don't have any issue. Come get the boat, you know, and go fishing, whether you take me or not, right? And so there are several places around here within 50 miles at least, of places to go fishing, right? And he'd have to come get the boat, which is about a 40-mile ride. And then he'd have to go another 45 miles to get to a fishing hole, but at least he'd have the boat, right? But anyway, that's immaterial. Couple of hours ride. So, but the depression has set into the point where it's, well, I don't know, I know I got a research on the back, and I know I got the right, I know I got a ball somewhere, and I know I got a this, and well, I can come get the boat. And I'm like, anytime, day or night, come get the boat. You know where it is, parked right out there, right? So the depression sets into the point where a few years ago he would have said, okay. Now he might not have come and got the boat, but he wouldn't make an excuse. So in this realm of depression, there are people who act normal, but they make excuses. Well, I'd like to come, but I'm not sure if I can find the time. Well, I could think of something, blah, 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 but, I'm hung up with such and such. Well, the family is such a, they're the excusers. They make excuses for themselves. And in a way, they make an excuse for their behavior, right? Well, but you're depressed, right? Yeah, I know. I know. I've been feeling down, and yeah, I know I could do better. And yeah, no, no, come on now, friend. You know, I'm gonna call this person Bob. All right. By the way, Bob, I was thinking about you too. I hope you're doing well out there, Bob. All of these chat PTBBs and all of this super duper, AI stuff. Hi, Bob. How you doing? So anyway, we're coming up on a 20, and I got me a special delivery right here, buddy. So Bob, is making up stories. He's making up excuses, and that makes him even more depressed. Is he close to you? You can say to him, "Go fish." Yeah. Well, he's 45 miles away north of me. Where I live, it's like 15 miles to town and 20 miles to town this way and 18 miles to town this way to another small town. And so he lives in the next small town up, which every small town is from Moultrie is about 30 miles. You go to Sylvester, 30 miles. You go to Albany, it's 45, but it's big town. You go to Tifton, it's 25 miles. You can Moultrie to Thomasville, 25 miles. Thomasville to Tallahassee is 30 miles. I mean, so everything is that far away around here. So it's not like it's a long way. Now, I don't do much driving, right? And since my truck has been, with my rear brakes, I have not wanted to pull a trailer, you know. And my brakes are working, and that's an excuse. See, I'm making my own excuse, but I've been fighting my own kind of sort of depression. My back has really been bothering me, and the more I sit, the it doesn't get better. So I've been really pushing myself. And I'm not depressed. I'm just hurt all the time, and but I gotta push it. I cannot, continue in this chair. But it's been 95 degrees outside, and that pushes me right back in here. Me and Doug are both like, So right now it's the middle of summer, and that's okay. I'm keeping the yard good. I'm piddling around and picking up some stuff, and I'm doing some yard work, and I'm getting back to the boat. But so it's not like I haven't been doing anything. Um, but I have not worked on the canoe thing yet. It could go in the water at any moment, right? In fact, right now we had such a bad rain yesterday, it filled back up with water, and the trailers like this because a third of the canoe is full of water. But at least it's good because the cats can go in there and drink out of the canoe to get fresh water. It's amazing. But anyway, back to the depression thing. So here's this depressed attitude, this depressed, I can't do what I used to do. I can't move around like I used to. And as he's gotten more depressed, he gained 25 pounds, right? And so that's slowed him down even more. He's had bad knees. He had them replaced, but, getting to be close to 70, it, things slow down. And so that has got him, depressed. And so the fact that, most of his friends have passed away, I'm like one of his last and only friends, other than a couple of acquaintances. And it's like, his family's gone. So it's like, and he has sort of distanced himself from his daughter. It's his own fault. But well, I don't like who she's married to. I don't like how she's living. Well, but she's living, she's working. She used to be depressed and in and out of the hospital all the time. She's got a steady job. She's keeping a house. She's got, she's doing pretty good considering where she was. Wait a minute now. You give the girl, give the girl some credit. She was worse off than you are in the depressed area because she spent, months in the hospital and in and out and all these other, and you're just feeling down. Now, so that's for another thing that somebody will do is they'll kind of sort of force their own illness on somebody else. It's like, well, if it weren't for Marcy, uh, my friend who's been dead, but if it weren't, for Marcy and her attitude all the time, and actually what it is, it's your attitude that you're forcing on Marcy. It's your daughter. Quit doing that sort of thing. Go over to their house when they invite you to come for dinner. Take something to help them out. If it's just a bag of tater chips or a 2 liter Mountain Dew, take something with you as a dinner gift. I know it's family, but take a dinner gift. And that, because that'll make you feel better that you brought something, you know. And then you go, hi, my daughter, into the family, and then go find your favorite chair in the living room, you know. And I understand her. Yep. So it's like, and just be calm. If they got something on TV, then just, whether you like the shit or not, sit down in the chair and be calm and smile at everybody in the room. And hey, how you doing? Hey, Chip, see you over there. How's the work with the shredder going? Hey, Mary, how are you doing? That's why they call you Chip, right? Chip, he chips things up. Never mind. So, how's the shredder business? And then there's, the old Shag over there. He works with carpet. That's why they call him Shag. Hey, Shag, what you do? So, even though you would not associate with these people at any other time except when you come over and visit with your daughter, no, you don't like them. They're some rednecks, and they still get drunk once in a while, but they all have jobs. None of them are on fentanyl, and some of them used to be. So, and they're all being family oriented. They're all taking care of their kids. They're all having, they're not fussing and fighting. They're all getting along, and which is interesting for some families who've had drug addict children's, and with mental health issues, in their late teens, 20s, into their 30s, kind of thing, just starting to grow up. It took me that long, maybe a little longer. But so mental health wise, so he should be able to look at himself and be blessed that his daughter's doing well. Is it perfectly what he wants? No. Or the friends that have come over for dinner, well, one of them's a brother-in-law. Well, actually, both of them are brother-in-laws, and you hate both of them, and you can't stand them because they just get on your. Shut up. Sit down. It's 2 hours to visit with your daughter. Have dinner, which she's a good cook, and just associate, blabber off at the mouth at whatever they're talking about. And then when you're done, wave goodbye, give the daughter a hug, wish her well, tell her you love her, and then get in your car and leave. And then you don't have to see her for another 3 weeks. you know. But the thing is so you have to put up with 2 hours of your time, which you ain't doing shit anyway, right? So you got 2 hours of your time to go see your daughter, to keep a connection with family. Because, dude, you ain't got nobody else. Nobody. Nobody. Zilch. You don't have any friends. Now, this is the situation he's in. He has 0 friends. So he's pushing what little bit of family he's got away from him. I love you. Get thee behind me. Wait a minute. Because you don't like, some of you can't say hello. You can't go over once every 2 weeks and have dinner. You bless his heart. Bless his little pea picking heart, right, Richard? So, but at the same time, I'm sort of making fun, but you know, I'm not, because bless him, because I've been talking to him for years, and I'm like, come on, dude, pick your shit up, then move it along. You should not be like this. Well, he's been on Seroquel. He's been on this kind of quill. He's been on that kind of quill. He's been on NyQuil. He's been he's been on so many quills and statins and uppers and downers legally now for his mental health. Now, many years ago, I was on some of the same shit that he has been on at various times. So he'll take a particular mental health drug and prescribed to him by a medical doctor, supposedly. Here, take this and see how you feel. So he takes the drug and he goes back to work, and he'd drink a 6-pack every night when he gets off work. Sometimes they're the tall boys, so that's a lot of beer. And he's doing it every night. And on the weekend, there's a 12-pack at least, and usually more, because his wife likes to have a drink or two. So he's got to have that. So then there's the alcohol, then there's the depression, then there is his fatigue, and so now he's depressed because he has to work all the time. He's depressed because he wants to go and do a hobby. So this is his excuse. I can't do my hobby because I'm depressed and tired. So get up off your ass and go out in the garage and go tinker with your hobby, which was like, he liked to tinker around with reels. Not so much the rod, but the reel on the rod, right? For fishing, right? And like to tinker with them and oil them and do. Okay, so go do that, right? You got a place in the shop, you can go do that. Doesn't take much space, right? Well, I don't know, and well, it's too hot, well, it's too cold, and well, it's raining outside, and well, there is an excuse for every single time that he could work on that. The only thing that I'm aware of that is a hobby of his, right? So, okay. Now, I'm talking about a particular friend of mine, Bob, who is a real person, but that's not his name. And you say, well, Hawkeye, why are you talking about this guy? Because there are people who fit in his category. I'm using him as an example. People in life who work all the time, people in life who do so, they make up these excuses. They're depressed. Well, I know. Well, I could go do something. No, you can't, because you're depressed. Well, I want to do. No, you don't. You don't really want to do that. You're making up excuses. Here's a 20. I hope I can recover from this. My old friends are mostly alcoholics. Yeah, see, mine were, but mine are all dead now. You know, there's a friend, old friend, not a close friend, through the theater group, and we used to sing together in chorus and at special occasions and things like Christmas carols and other stuff too. But Christmas carols was one of them. Every Christmas we'd get together with the choral group, and anyway, so but he called me up about a mutual friend of ours, and I was like, man, I went over to his house. It's been about 2 weeks ago now to check on him because he's depressed all the time, and he's had you know open heart surgery. They had to shock him back to life, and it's like I've had heart attacks, not that they had to shock me back to life, and I'm older than he is, right? So I keep considering myself lucky, right? But so I just wanted to visit, say hello, find out if he's still breathing. And so, but so as far as old friends going back to the theater, and Randy and I used to do radio together all them almost, well, 40 years ago. So I've known him that long. But anyway, let me stop for a minute. I found some pine tar in a jar and put a dose of it on top of this. We doggies. I want to do it again. So, but anyway, my friend, no, maybe not. So my friend, he's like, yeah, Randy, he's still alive and he's still kicking. Well, that's good. But to my friend Bob, I'm the oldest friend that he's got that only goes back 20 years. My friend Randy and I go back 40 plus years. And so it's like he doesn't have anybody that goes that far back. They're all dead and gone, right? And so he feels lost at that. So people who are depressed, they may have lost somebody. That's one thing. If they keep talking about their grandma, there's something in there. Well, I keep talking about my granny because I think granny was great, and we had this psychic connection. But I'm not wishing granny to come back from the grave, you know? We're connected in the universe, so that's cool with me. But there's somebody who's like, oh yeah, grandpa, he was really cool, and I really miss him still, and so there's a twinge of that in someone, and if they're depressed, that twinge of someone in the past that they keep reminding, well, grandpa, we used to sit on the front porch, grandpa, we used to on Saturday, just something. Now, that's not a bad thing in remembering, all right? But in the context of there's something missing in their life, which is what we need to fill up. So, like for me, lost my job. I'm 72 years old, going on 73. I opted for back surgery, which has sat me down in a chair real hard and kept me from doing the paddling thing like I like to do. Um, and a couple of other things. I had the rotor rooter thing done last year, and I had this other thing with then I had the two heart attacks, and those slowed me down. And then I had the test to go along with it. And then I've had the kidney thing. And then so I've had some health issues that haven't really stopped me. He's got a dog, yeah, but he's not really like the dog sits in his lap and watches TV, and that's really good. And that's it with the dog. Or he goes and lays down in the bed, and the dog jumps up on the bed with him. And that's really good. And that's it with the dog and the interaction, you know. So it's not a bad interaction. It's not like he hates animals or anything. But that's all. You know, come sit on my lap. You know, come on, jump up here on the bed. That's the interaction. So he don't go out in the yard and play ball, or like me and Doug, or we, go for a ride. Or I go for a walk down through the yard and up around and go down in the woods, or go up the hill to at least to check the mail and stuff and deliver the garbage. And he gets to run around, and I get moving around, and I get to, but he doesn't do any of that. So I'm telling him and explaining to him, I said, you want to get back and exercise? I said, you can sit in your chair and move your body around, and do these exercises to keep yourself limbered up, because that's what I do. And I'm doing these leg lift thingies in my chair, which my therapist showed me to do. And I'm doing like sit-ups in my chair, touching my ankles and back. So although I can't stand up and bend over and touch my ankles, I can sit in this chair and bend over and touch my ankles, which in a way is the same thing, ain't it? But so I'm still moving, but in a different way. So I've been using myself as the example. Listen, you saw me when I got my back operated on. You saw me, you helped me come home from the hospital. You know, you saw me with the walker. You saw me do exercises. You took me to therapy. You saw me do my exercises. Now it's your turn. Now you have gotten another 25 pounds heavier, and now you're depressed. And so his excuse is, which makes him more depressed, is, well, I got to go down to the gym. And I'm like, why? Here's the thing. Because I used to belong to the gym. And I used to stop by there and exercise at 2:00 in the morning. I said, well, as a senior citizen, we qualify for the Silver Sneaker program. And most gymnasiums and places, the good ones, hey, Katniss, I love you, baby. That most of these, a decent fitness place will accept the Silver Sneaker, which means you can come in free, or a very nominal fee might have to pay for a card to get in, but you don't have to pay for a fee, right? So like you pay an entrance fee and you get a card and a thing and a blah, blah, blah. And so I'm like, but dude, you can't go at 2:00 in the morning, but I'm signed up at my local YMCA. Now I'm got to get balls to go myself, but I am signed up there. And one of these days soon, I need to drop in there because now I have my swim trunks. And so my brain just gets on other things. But I'm told, dude, it doesn't cost you anything to do these things. You don't have to sign up at the gym. Well, I know, but that's what I used to do. See, so it puts him in a depressed state, because even though there are several other options for him, free options at his age and etc. So because he is on limited income, but nope, well, and I used to go to this gym and it didn't cost me that much. But you're borrowing money from me because you don't have enough money and you want to go sign up to a gym that you have to pay because that's what you used to do. And see, and that puts his brain in a loop. Well, but I don't have the money this month. Well, I guess I'm gonna do it next month. And well, next month never comes, right? He never has the money. He never has the gumption. Well, I know I got sidetracked this month, and so did you do it? No. Well, did you? No. He lives out in the country. He's got a fairly nice sized yard. If you just went outside and walked around in the yard, you would feel better. Yeah, but it's 92 degrees out there. Get out there in the fucking morning when it's only 82. I go out in the morning, me and the dog go out to wee wee, and I drop some food out there for the kitty cats so they don't claw on the house in the morning and become a nuisance. And we'll stand outside and it's 82 degrees. It's cool in the early morning. Go outside then. Well, I know. Well, I'm saying, get your ass up. And then when it starts to warm up, go outside for an hour and start to go back in. That's when you finish your nap. And you sleep past noon, you come up, get some lunch. So anyway, people with depression, though, their brain keeps going into a loop that they can't get out of. I know I used to do it to myself all the time. I have a similar situation with a friend. Wait, what? Try to inspire her. She knows to reach her own. Yeah. Well, Katniss, I have a friend of mine who has been was given have been given shots, whatever the shots are for that weight program thing, and he's been getting one shot a week, and he's had 3 shots and was supposed to get another shot and didn't, and he's lost 25 pounds, but he was depressed going in mildly, and it's still, he still wasn't doing nothing. But then today he told his wife, take me to the hospital. I Something's wrong. I can't deal with this. Take me to the hospital now. So he's in the hospital. They have him in a light psychiatric ward. The wife said it's for elderly people, elderly people with, you know, NHS, mental health crisis for over a year now. Is it medicine related? Because his is somehow related to medicine. I took mental health medicines for years, but see, I had many, as I've talked about, many traumatic brain instances. I've been hit in the head so many damn times, I feel like Cassius Clay. Remember that reference, Muhammad Ali. But to the point, though, where I know that after my 72 and a half years, I'm almost 73. Damn it. 2 more months. I'll be 73. Um, so you're gonna hear me bitch about that. But anyway, with the birthday coming up, son bitch, I'm gonna be a year. But see, that's another thing that can depress you. That's another thing that can get in your list of things. Oh my God, I'm getting another year older. Oh my God, I swear to God, I was going to get in the kayak this last year and I still didn't do it. And oh my God, I only went fishing one time. And oh my God, There's a lot of stuff I could rehash, and in a way I have, right? But I'm not depressed. If anything, is I've got a determination this year that, I'm doing more exercises. I didn't get well. I thought my back would heal. I thought that, by doing this or by doing that, I was going to be able to get better, and I haven't. So I've got to find another way to go another extra mile. If do you want to go out there and get in that kayak again? Well, yeah, it's been a damn year. Yeah, I know. Well, you ain't paddling. I know. So why haven't you? Well, my back, and the trailer, and the brakes, and it's only 15 miles to the damn river. It's like there's nobody in the way. It's a straight shot from up here at the top of the driveway. And you have no excuse. Well, the river is the lowest ever been, which is true. It's like 2 foot, which is barely flowing in places, literally barely flowing in places. So the big lake parts have water, but not the river part. So, but anyway, it's still a place to go, and I can still paddle. It's still interesting when the water's down. Anyway, I digress. Making up excuses why I can't go, but I'm not depressed. But you see, these things play on other people's minds. I've got other friends who have passed away now who had the same excuses. Hey, Dave, one of these days we're going to go fishing. Okay, call me. Hey, did you know that Robert's dead now? What? The bitch said we were going to go fishing. What happened? Well, he's dead. Well, yeah, that was about a year ago, wasn't it? Well, I didn't know he was dying, but so my friend Bob has had a similar situations. The people that he worked with, like me, but he had a close relationship at work, like with another maintenance man or something. And they worked together in a shop, you know. So they got to know each other, but he didn't go home. They didn't come over to his house and eat dinner, but they shared lunch at or whatever in the shop. So that buddy that went fishing with one time 15 years ago, um, you know, he's dead now. He's passed away. Oh, damn. And did you know this other guy, a lot of the related to him, that they worked together in the shop? Well, he had a heart attack and he's in a wheelchair. And then he had, after the heart attack, he had a stroke. And it's like, and I'm in the background going, well, that's the reason you take your medicine. That's the reason you take that medicine because I take it too. I don't want to have a stroke. Too many folks over the years I've seen have had strokes. So now that's depressing. And I know that because when they started giving me these medicines for strokes and stuff, I was like, do I have to take this shit? But what about, but here's the thing. She's a cool cardiac nurse, certified, right? A black lady, beautiful, beautiful girl, woman. I'm old, so she's just a girl. But anyway, and it's like, she goes, Mr. Gnome, I can't make you take your medicines. If you don't feel like taking one of your medicines one day, then my advice to you is don't, because sometimes the body knows what's right or wrong, especially at the time. And I was like, well, this chick is cool, man. I was, me and my long hair and stuff and conversations over the last few years. And she remembers me when I didn't have a beard. That's how long she's known. So anyway, I'm like, well, okay. So, but my point in my discussion about this, there are people who go through this all the time because I talk to them in the waiting room. Some of them, my friends have passed away, but so in his depression, that's all these types of things are running around in his head. He said it doesn't bother him, and I'm like, you're a liar. Come on, at least talk about it. Let's get it out in the open, and then put it to bed. Now, I think I mentioned this, but he has no hobbies. The one hobby that he's got, fishing, and actually two, fishing and working on fishing reels, tinkering with them. But he doesn't do either one. So people who get into depressions aren't happy, which makes them depressed. They aren't happy until in their subconscious, they have to come up with a loop that they get to replay. And that loop is, well, I'd go fishing, but well, I would go to the gym, but well, I would go visit my friend, but or I would do such and such, but so then what do you end up doing? Well, we're not video game players, but I've seen folks just dive into video games and just in the chair, don't move, late night, early morning, don't care because they don't have to work, which is, he's worked all his life, but so that's an excuse to just sit there. So they have to make up a loop to play in their head. And the loop is excuses for why they don't do stuff. Well, I feel this way because, well, so change it. Well, I would, but. So now the different medicines that I have taken, trust me, I'm talking 25 years I was on all different kinds of mental health type pills. Okay. They even put me in the mental health hospital for 2 days, 3 days, 3 days and 2 nights. The nights were scary as fudge, let me tell you. Now I've seen crazy up close and personal, like me and the face of this camera here. So, but anyway, that's how up close and personal. But for a depressed person, did you take your meds? Well, I didn't feel like it today. Well, I didn't. I was feeling okay, and I didn't think I needed it today. So then the next day, and I have been there, and then the next day you get up, you got to go to work, and you do something, and a friend, let's go have a beer after work, and it's been a pretty good day, and you're in a good mood because you've made quota, and you go out and have a beer, and blah 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 blah, and you come home and you pass out, and you don't take your meds then. So then now that's 2 days you ain't took it. And so now the half life of the meds is really pretty much, tanked out or gone. So their effectiveness is not there anymore. And if they were helping you, you're already starting to pee it out of your system. So now what? So the next day you don't take it because you go, yeah, I've been doing okay the last 2 days, and you skip another one. So now what medicine might have been helping you because you have put this loop in your head. Look, as a drug user, and I've tripped over 500 times on mushrooms and acid and peyote and mescaline and and stuff. Um, I and overdosed on clinical medicine prescribed to me by doctors. And the crazy things that those medicines make me do, which is like make me want to commit suicide. I've never wanted to hurt anybody except this one lady doctor who, because she didn't like me, she had them tie me to the gurney. And when they came in, I had done a Houdini on them. And I had unstrapped myself from the gurney. It was sitting on the edge of the gurney with my feet dangling, holding up the leg cuffs and the wrist cuffs. Like, here you go. Please don't put me back on the bed. I'll be good. Here, will you bring me a urinal? I gotta pee, So they got upset at that and they tied me back down. And I got out even quicker because they didn't know what they were doing and they were in a hurry. And um, I found out later on that the reason why they were so busy and everything was because there had been a 3-car crash and there were several individuals who were in serious condition. And they were flying around in there with like a chicken with their head cut off. And here I was, I just wanted a urinal. They had locked me up in there and took away the key. And I'm like, how come ain't nobody talking to me? Because they're in serious emergency issues. So, but anyway, if if mental health thinks that you're crazy enough, or a family member, or if the sheriff department comes up to meet you one day and you're having an episode, the sheriff calls up on his little microphone thing and goes, we got a 1019 over here, and send another vehicle. And you're standing out there talking and you think everything's cool. Next thing you know, there are 2 more officers that show up that get on either side of you and handcuff you and put you in the back of their patrol car and take you not to the jail, but to the crazy farm because you have exhibited a psychotic type behavior. Okay, I've been there. Okay. That's not quite what happened, but that's what happened. Sheriff's deputy came to the emergency room and picked me up and took me to the crazy farm. Same difference. So, but then you have to prove that you're not crazy before a board of your peers. That was fun. There was 3 of the ladies in there that had seen me in plays and musicals there in Thomasville, and they knew me quite well, kind of thing. And one lady's over there snickering, outside before I go in. I'm give a great big hug to one of their favorite doctors in the hospital, great man. And they're like, "Why are you hugging him?" Oh, me and him go way back. We've done theater together. We've done, fake tap dancing. He can tap dance. I can fake it. But we go back, 10 years. Why? Well, he's a doctor that wants whether or not you're sane enough to get out of here today. And, Dr. E, he's just waving in the window at all the board ladies and everything. And they have to evaluate to let me out. Okay. So it was easy for me because of said what actually did happen. Dr. E is waving in there, and because his first name starts with an E, but um, I'll call him Ernie. That's not his name, but Ernie starts with an E. So Ernie sticks his head in there and says, I hope you I hope you get to go home today, and I'll talk to you soon," and then shuts the door, right? We're in this observation room that has three sides of it is glass, right? And so anyway, long table and all these people around it asking me questions. And now, if I was a true crazy person, which I got to play around with a few of them in there, and a Chinese psychiatrist lady, she kept pronouncing stuff wrong. And so I'd go, "You said what?" And then I would talk like her. You and I wouldn't. You say, chop chop ho ho. What did you say? And she said, "That is not what I said. I was talking." And then and she'd go off in Chinese and then come back. So crazy people, if they have, and I've met some of these with a little bit of wit, will screw with the staff, which makes it worse on them. And I had the opportunity to um, do that sort of thing by, playing with the word games with the psychiatrist and the folks that um, were, evaluating me to let me out of the crazy house, right? So, I was well enough and I wanted out bad enough. I was like, "No, everything's cool." Or I'd make some kind of, borderline snide remark to the Chinese doctor. And I go, "No, I'm sorry. I didn't, I hope that didn't sound wrong. Let me explain it another way. And so it's like, I got my snide remark in, but brought it back. And the Chinese lady was like, "Well, you say, never mind." So, and I'm not prejudiced. She was just a bitch. Sorry. So, but the doctors that I have met, the psychologists, psychiatrist people, and some of the, well, they have like a teacher and a reverend, somebody from a church facility or something, and so they have different people from the community along with the psychiatrist people to evaluate you to see if you're sane enough to be let out on into the public, which is not a bad idea, right? You get society to take a look at the guy at you and determine whether a jury of your peers, right? So crazy people have that. So if you're playing a game with the staff, you know, they they can either let you out or put you right back in, you know, and it'll be another 3 or 4 days before they get back to you. Now, if you want to keep sleeping on the floor without a mattress on that hard concrete floor with some really crazy people that hang over you in the middle of the night and drool in your face, if you would like to continue that, then you just go right on ahead and keep acting the way you're acting. Otherwise, get yourself up and get out of here. So that's a really intense way to get your attention. And when I went in, I was like, I thought I was crazy. But then after being in there with the droolers and the really showing up weird ones, you realize I'm just having a couple of bad days. Let me shift this. I'm just having a few bad days. I'm not really crazy. I'm a little upset, yes, and things haven't been going my way, okay. And some people have been getting on my nerves, right? But I am not that person over there drooling in the corner. No, nowhere close to that. So, but sometimes, and for me, I hate to say it, but it was a good thing that I saw that. It was a good thing that I saw I mean, because they kidnapped me and sent me to the hospital because that nurse at the emergency room did not like me. And then they had all those showing up, people that came in, that I think two of the people that were in that accident that night passed away. And here I am. They think I'm acting the fool when all I want is a urinal and something to eat. They didn't tell me why I was still locked up in the room. So anyway, and then they sent me out to the crazy farm. So but mistakes like that are made within the medical profession, because I've spoken to several people over the years going to mental health and sitting in the lobby because I can't stand it. I'm going to talk to somebody. You know me. I'm sitting here talking to y'all. What is this? It's 3 o'clock Central Time and 4 o'clock Eastern Time, so it's almost for a real 420. So, do you remember the film K-Pax? Yeah, the guy in the nut house that says he's from the planet. Yeah. Yeah, there was a black guy in when I was in, and he was like, we're sitting on the Group W bench, right? Because they had benches in there, no chairs. So sitting on the benches, bed are bolted to the floor and hard as nails, right? The kind of benches you find when you go in a locker room, and change clothes and there's a bench. That's the kind of bench. And you might have had the privilege of sleeping on one of them, because they're like this wide, and sitting on it was uncomfortable. And then there was the concrete floor, you know, low maintenance, have a 20. Yeah, we're getting close enough. It's been an hour. So all of the things that I discussed, finding a loop, going back through it, all of those types of things that I discussed in the last hour about me and my friend and things, all them folks in the crazy house all exhibited the same type of thing, because they all had the loop that they would go through. That they all had. So there's this one black gentleman I remember. We're sitting on the Group W bench, and he goes, "Now I'm making this up. The name, okay?" And he goes, "Hi, what's your name?" And then I look around like he sounds he sounds sane. Okay, you know, the way he's speaking, the way he's sitting on the bench, and what you in for. Yeah, my name's Jake, made up name now. Yeah, my name's Jake, and so Jake, what you in here for? Well, my family, they Baker acted me, and you know, because I said some far out things, and I wouldn't go into their house because I felt like it was evil, and I didn't want to hurt anybody, and I would just stand out in the backyard, and I was happy to be in the backyard, but they weren't happy with me being in the backyard, and so they called the police, and the next thing you know, and and so it's like, so what you in for? And I said, well, they mistook what I was talking about. And I said, sometimes there are little episodes that it's like for 10 minutes is crazy as shit. And I don't know what the hell's going on. And I got all these crazy thoughts. I don't want to hurt nobody. I said, but I have at a time or two pointed my truck at a bridge, but, not with anybody in my vehicle. And so it's like, but that was, but somebody thought I was crazy enough and they tossed me in here. So anyway, so what do you do? So we're having this conversation, and because, second day there, and I say, so when do they expect to let you out? And he goes, oh, I'm not getting out. And I'm like, why not? And he said, it's not safe out there. What? Honest to God, I'm not making this up. So in the crazy houses, I'm sitting on a Group W bench. It like somebody's over there somewhere videotaping us, He says to me right out, it's not safe for me out there. Okay, so do you mind explaining a little bit? I mean, I've got a curious mind, and we were having casual conversation. He goes, I don't mind talking about it. And I was like, well, then why is it dangerous for you out there? And he said, the thoughts that I have, people don't understand. And I'm like, well, do you have any kind of, no, not institutionalized. Get this. This is right out of the freaking movies, Richard. He's like, they don't understand who I am. Now, this is a black guy in his late 20s at least, maybe between 30 and 35. A fairly clean-cut gentleman, he doesn't look like a slob. He's fairly articulate. And so I'm questioning him a little bit more, and I'm like, so you don't want to get out because is somebody going to hurt you? And he said, well, they'll hurt me because they don't understand. And now I'm like, are you alien? And he said, well, I understand. And he kept saying, my brain understands. He was like talking in the third person, sort of like I do at times, as I think back on it, I wished that I had asked some more pertinent questions, because at that time I did not know about Dante or anything like that. Okay. I was working on the demon possession kind of at that time. The demon possession kind of, that guy over there is possessed by something. But because he's like, just have got a holiday. That guy over there is possessed. You sitting over here on the Group W bench having a conversation with me are not possessed, that I can tell, So what's the deal? He said, and it was the way he did his eyes, and he was like, well, I just think about things differently. And when I try to talk about them, people just think I'm fucking crazy. And then when I try to explain it, sometimes it makes me angry and I raise my voice. And he said, the next thing I know, they're locking me up. Here, take this medicine. And he said, I'll put it under my tongue and spit it out. I don't like I don't like their medicines. But he said, when I'm in here, they make me take it, which is true. There's the window over there on the other end of this room, and they open up this sliding window and go, medication time, and they call your name. And then the guards come in, and if you don't go to the window when you're called, they will take you to the window when you're called. And so it's like, oh, you got to cooperate in here, huh? Mm-hmm. So, but anyway, so he's like, I have to take the medicines because I'm in here. And so I said, well, is that a good thing or a bad thing? And he's like, all it does is slow the thoughts down. It doesn't stop me from having the thoughts. And I'm like, well, do you want to kill anybody? Do you want to blow something up? Or no, so what he was talking about was like seeing things. Like, I look back on it now, and he was probably describing an angel event as a possession kind of thing that and it could have been, an alien entity, but that he was able to think, feel, and otherwise experience things. Maybe hallucinations, I would say, yeah. But thinking back on the way he said it, I think the guy was really able to see in behind the curtain, because it was the way he sat on the bench. It was the way he looked at me, and it was sort of a matter of fact kind of. We had this conversation before. We were both on the same wavelength because we were. And that was weird for me. I'm like, man, this guy's like, dang, we're right on it, And they were giving me a medicine I really didn't want to take. And it was messing with me. But I did connect with this black guy sitting on the Group W bench. And so it's like, well, this is cool, you know. Now, this has been about 30 years ago, my friends. This has been a while back. But the experience is like it happened last year or maybe 2 years ago. I know it's been 30 years ago, but there's part of it is like, man, that it still feels recent. So anyway, that feeling on the Group W bench just never quite goes away. Well, but when he was sitting there, and the way we couldn't lean back against anything, but he was kind of leaning back a little bit. He had his arms folded, and the TV was up and to our left, and in front of us was glass, sliding glass, and it led to an open court. It wasn't outside, but it was a courtyard type thing. So, across the courtyard was another wing like where we were at. And over here to our left was like a hexagon that was stuck down in there. And so, hexagon, pentagon, hexagon. Yeah, 6 sides. So we were on one side, then off to this side was another pod, and off to this side was another pod, and in the middle of that area is where the glass, sliding glass doors were, heavy duty glass with big heavy curtains that they would draw over there, so you could sit there and look around in the courtyard there, and folks going in and out of the different pods, which was like gave you something to do, right? But the TV then was up and to the left, and so I can remember those details, like dong. And over underneath the television was another short bench that went over the short bench went down, and the end of it was there at the window where they passed out the med. I can remember this, you know, sliding glass door on that end of the room that went into a small hallway where the nurses station was, and then they could go from our pod into the next pod through that sliding glass. Hey, Sacha Baron. So, but anyway, so the craziness, right? So in that room, there was 11 of us, 12, something like that. And so, sitting on a Group W bench was like you could watch everybody else be crazy in their own space, over sitting on the floor. Some of them would come over and stand up and put their hands on their hip and look down on you and have a conversation with you, like, so what do you think about that on TV? What do you think about that Pat Sajak? I think he's an asshole. Pat Sajak, blah, blah. Who watches this shit? And then he'd walk off, kind of thing. So there's that kind of crazy. Now, for the depression that's out in the real world, it's almost at 20 again. I just got to get it. I'm in the mood because my friend is in the hospital because he is severely depressed and had to be put in the hospital today. So this is fresh on my mind. He is in the hospital as we speak. He's been a friend of mine for 30 years at least. And so it's like, yeah, it's been 30 years or right at it. Are you allowed to visit him? Not yet. Oh, crap. The battery's dying. Okay, I can plug this in, but I gotta do some shucking and jiving. So y'all hold still for a minute. Um, please be seated. Don't get out of your chairs. You know, they are serving popcorn in the lobby. Got to move my drink now out of the way. Now I'm plugged in. So, that is so bright. But anyway, my cat, I get milk to keep my blood sugar up for sleep, and she gets a little what? Oh, a little dollop. Yeah. Um, yeah, my kitty cats are outside, but Duggar's always getting some kind of treat, especially if I'm getting one. Of course, there are some treats he don't like, but you know, anyway. So anyway, the depression. So if the person is taking medicine for the depression, the side effects of the medicine for the depression, and name one, I've been on at least 7 different medications, like for a year, you know, um, and some of them worked and some of them didn't. Some of them made me crazy. I mean, literally, not. I never wanted to hurt anybody, but it made my brain race. It made my brain just. And as I look back on it now, because when my brain would go crazy, there had been a headbang incident before my brain went crazy. I get hit in the head with a shovel, for example. Complete accident. Somebody's digging a hole. I'm working there. There's a dumbass that's working there, and he does this thing with a shovel and comes up and hits me in the forehead. Some bitch. Or somebody's unloading wood and they come around and you're doing your job, but they ain't doing theirs, and they slap you upside the back of the head with a 2x4 they're carrying. I mean, stuff like that. And it's like, and some things that, like, getting attacked by them black folks, them black gentlemen. I'm not speaking bad about them, but that's who they were. That big guy with the diamond ring that left a mark on my nose to this day, in Tallahassee, Florida. There is a police report. So it's like, that gave me a concussion. I've had several concussions, that were not my fault, besides the head bangs, behind this other trauma that is still trauma to the head, right? And so for every time that I had personality change, it was because of a TBI, a traumatic brain injury. Now, folks say, well, did you have a concussion? Yeah, I walked around like this for a fucking week, you know. Well, did you go to the hospital? No, because they didn't have any insurance. Well, you could have got in, you could have went to the emergency room. And I'm like, well, yeah, well, I was still walking and talking, and I'm a tough son of a bitch, and that I still am using that excuse, you know. But at the time, I probably should have went in and had a CAT scan done in my head, because I had been injured. I still have a scar over which eye is it? Anyway, um, a scar over this eye where I hit myself in the head with a hammer. And then there's the one that's over here, and then there's the back of the head one, and then there's the ding bang, with the double. I got hit in the front, and then I went backwards and hit the back of my head and broke the glass in both instances. At the single accident with a double reaction, windshield snapped back window, and smacked up that truck. So I got a double whammy, front and back, with concussion, which, you know, gave me such a bad concussion. In that instance, I did try to hang myself. So I have been all through the list of TBIs and to taking the medicines and being crazy. And so those accidents really stay with you. F. Kitty, absolutely. I mean, and one of the things I was thinking about it today, I think about things so I can talk to other people about it. I know, you know me, I'm crazy. But what I was thinking about was, so, hey, X, what you doing? Men beat my head in. What? And a few car accidents. Me too. Haven't helped me, but I'm okay. Just me and a, yeah. See, that's me, X. I counted, the times that I had a severe head concussion that made me blink, pass out, or otherwise, go out. Um, I was up to 20. Now that's my entire lifetime. That goes back to when I was a kid, when I got hit in the back of the head with a baseball bat. That includes the time I was hit in the forehead was a full-size brick that knocked me back and knocked me down and almost knocked me out. So yeah, it started early. It's like I just hit myself, and that's a possible TBI right there. But then the accidents that I've been in that were not mine, they're not my fault. Riding with somebody else, or somebody ran into me, but not my fault. Still had the accident. Had my head rearranged, hit the steering wheel on several occasions. Got my head caught in a door one time, was looking out, and the sliding door shut on my head. It hit this temple first, and then shoved this side of my head into the doorpost. And I was hanging out of the door like for I don't know how long. So, but I mean, when I start counting them up, like how many is that? There's 10 examples right there, you know. And then there are the smaller ones, but still knock the crap out of me, you know? And it's like, yeah, there's the, ow, dang it, man. Watch what you're doing. And then there are the ones that are like, ow, son of a bitch. Now that, oh man, that hurt. When you have those, it's those that you put on your little list of, yeah, this is a minor TBI, but yeah, you need to. I know you had trouble remembering, Dave, but you need to try to remember this one, right? I know you're sitting on the Group W bench right now, but you need to write this down. So when you're on the Group W bench and you're relating some of these instances that have happened in your life, it relates to your depression. So, my friend, did he get hit in the head? No. Was he attacked in any way? No. So there wasn't anything physical that happened with my friend Bob, who is currently in the hospital in the local hotel. Nice people there. He really likes it. Um, there are certain times of the day that there's a phone in the room, but he's not allowed to have a cell phone. Um, he can have his cane, but I think he has to ask for it. In other words, so he can't wake up in the middle of the night and want to go, he can have the cane anytime he wants, but they won't leave it in his room or something. It'll be at the nurse's station. All he's got to do is call him, so they're restricting certain things because it's not really the psych ward. But if he needs his cane, they also want to know when you get up. And I know that. So there's nothing wrong with you, but you're going to get up and walk around, or you got to go to the toilet, and so, but you need your cane to do so. All right. Hey, Miss Chloe, how are you? That's right. You just got here, didn't you? So, but his wife said they put his name on his cane, Dave. Yeah, Chloe, I love you too. I was thinking about you when I came on this morning. Were your ears burning or your nose twitching? Um, yeah, the spirits really told me to get on here this morning. I know it's tonight, but it's this morning. Well, it's 3:30 Central Time. We just passed 4:20 regular time, right? So let me finish this. 4:20. It's still close enough. So I used to volunteer a little bit way back in the early 70s, and it was the place was called The Door, and it was sort of on the north side of Tampa, going down into Tampa, because you can't come in from the south side. That's MacDill Air Force Base, or you're coming in from the bay in a boat. But so you're coming in from the north end, going into Tampa. And I remember that there was an old church. And out it had a stoop. And so the church floor was up, which meant that it had a basement, right? Basements in Tampa, you're really close to when you dig in the ground, you're close to water, don't care where you dig, right? So, but they'll raise up a building high enough to where you got to get in the main part, and then your basement, you still got a basement, right? So anyway, it was like that. And an old established building. I'm at the time, me growing up in Tampa, it had always been there, and it was there were some folks that wanted to tear it down back then. It's just an old building. And then were folks were like, nah. And so they rented it out to different peoples and stuff. But anyway, so there used to be movies and such shown there on the weekends. One of them was, the classic marijuana movie, which I'm trying to remember the name right now. Um, um, what the hell name? Anyway, so they showed that movie and some other movies and hippie type movies, and I think at one time they got um, Easy Rider, and but anyway, and they showed real old movies. So what's the movie that only one missing? So, but anyway, Reefer Madness. Did somebody think that? Reefer Madness is what I'm thinking about. So, but anyway, everybody would laugh at it, and stuff like that. Um, I'm feeling more grounded than I have in a while. Good. There's a lot of people who have been insisting and to the point of being rude. You've got to ground yourself, child. Okay. No, I mean it now, damn it. You got to ground yourself. Okay. You're not listening to me. You better ground yourself, damn it. Calm down. But I mean, it's that kind of insistence. And I would agree, honestly, as I'm sitting here with bare feet on my concrete floor in the house. Um, so where do I go with that? Oh, so anyway, um, so the craziness of things is sometimes we learn it, and sometimes our subconscious learns it. Like my friend, and I used to do it. I would go into I had a routine, and after a while, I was doing some, some shaman study for myself, and I was like, the lesson was, are you listening to yourself? And I was like, well, hell yeah, I listen to myself. Listen, I'm talking now. I'm listening. It's like, no, are you listening to yourself? Well, yeah, I'm listening to myself. Dave, Hawkeye, yeah, what do you want? You're not listening to yourself, are you? Well, yeah, I am. I think so. Maybe, aren't I? So I'm asking the universe several years ago in my own let's learn how to, coexist in the universe, and that was when I realized, some bitch, I'm supposed to be a shaman. I'm supposed to be studying this stuff. I got a test coming up and I ain't paying attention. And that's really what was happening. So it's like, but not, y'all don't are not in the same boat as I am, in that, you know, you're going to be tested on this later. But um, but it does have to do with paying attention to the world, right? So, as somebody who's trying to get out of being depressed, someone who does not want to take their meds anymore, but that wants to find the solution to my depression. Why am I depressed? Is there something making me depressed? So then there are those folks, like I have spoken to many people over the years, right? I think the crow should come back. Okay, bring the crow back to the reefer madness. Oh, yeah, the piano player is still the one that gets me in reefer madness. You know, he was sitting in the with his bug eyes, sitting there smoking the reefer. You know, behold, poof. So, but anyway, so with the depression, so folks will not admit it, right? Because they're being deceptive to themselves. That they have created some type of looping thing. Like they will always bring up a certain topic or a certain, like I told actually it was Bob that I had this conversation with. Um, I was like, dude, you've had a heart cath now and they've checked you out. You don't need a stent and you've seen it, right? Yeah. So what'd you think about it? Pretty cool, huh? Yeah. You just saw the inside of your heart on a TV screen, and your only remark is, yeah, what? Come on. That was some cool ass shit, wasn't it? You were not impressed, I take it? No. You just saw inside your heart. Yeah. The people that brought you to the hospital thought it was more impressive than you, but that's another story. So that's how depressed you are. You're not even excited about how cool that is. Just the act of being able to watch it in real time. You're not impressed with it. No. So that tells me something's wrong with the boy. You know what I mean? Send him to the doctor. I don't know if you need to put him on a med or take him off of one. So every 2 weeks he'd be toying with something. So the doctor said, "Here, try this medicine," and he'd go take. Then he said, "Well, I don't really like it," and so he quit taking it. So right in the middle of, like, he hadn't even given it 10 days, kind of thing, maybe 2 weeks. And with a lot of those medicines, you have to take them at least 2 weeks to be able to even see the long-term effects of the drug. Now, having had side effects in less than 2 weeks, like in 10 days, call him up, woke him up and said, "Doctor, ain't done nothing I can take." I said, "Doctor, to relieve this belly ache, you put the lime in the coconut." And there were moments like that in the middle of the night. And then my friend Martha, when she was alive, I could call up the doctor, woke her up and said, "Doctor, ain't there nothing I can take?" And she said, "Put the lime in the coconut." And so over the years, for me at least, I have listened to that song, and I was talking about earlier the church down in Tampa that's in the north edge of downtown. At least it was. An old Spanish style, sat on the left hand side. It might have been on Nebraska Avenue, but it was right on the edge of downtown at the time. So there was another small building somewhere that they had rented, and the name of this place was called The Door. All right. The Door. Door. The Door. Now, the Door had volunteers. All right. And those volunteers sort of worked out of the church because the church wasn't rented all the time. And these folks got to know the managers and owners of the building. And since it was close to downtown, they would rather have a bunch of hippie type people that want to help with folks who are ODing or who are freaking out on acid, because there's a bunch of them back then. There were bathtub batches being made out at the University of South Florida. There was a lot of acid in Tampa at the time. So, but anyway, so there were free lines that you could call if you were freaking out on something. You could be smoking too much weed and freak out, wouldn't care. But if you were having a hard time and you were freaking out, and so the deal was call the door and talk me down. Call the door, talk me down. So we'd all be sitting in a room passing a joint around and be like, man, got up so high. Yeah, that call the door, talk me down. We'd pass the joint around, right? So it was a joke, but it was serious. You could call the door at any time and speak with somebody if the line wasn't busy now. It did have a rotary thing, but if somebody didn't, sometimes one person would have a phone in either hand, right? So, but there were some serious things like somebody, in a not too many 2-story buildings in Tampa, but some folks would find somewhere where they could get up high and want to jump off, right? Bridges were cool places to jump from. And of course, there was always the drowning thing. But then there were the people who were just freaking out so bad they thought they were dying. I mean, I'm dying, I'm seeing wicked monsters coming to eat me, and I'm dying, and I'm dying. Now, to the wicked monsters, living in Tampa the way I did, grew up there, right? Graduated Tampa Catholic High School, 1970. Proud of that. They might not be so proud of me, but you know, um, I did win a few awards for them when I was there, 69 to 70. But so I found acid, and I was buying 100 hits for $100. They were $1 a hit, and I was getting 100 of them on this perforated card, and they were Mickey Mouse. And so I would just fold the preparation and cut off as many as I needed, and I was charging $3 to $5 a piece. So I had I could make $300. I could make $200 at $3 a piece if I sold them all, because that would mean $300, $100 investment, $200 profit. Not bad, especially in 1970 and 71. So, but with that said, there are a lot of other people getting a lot of other acid from a lot of other different places. And, talk about seeing monsters. Now, when I was in Tampa, I have seen some monsters. Now, one of the reasons why I left out of Tampa was that there were a lot of witches and warlocks. I've mentioned the story where the warlock came to dinner. Um, he was invited in and conjured up this sphere that came out of nowhere, just popped in and came into the room and moved around and then settled down. I'm not sure if it touched the floor. I've thought about it over the years, and I think it hovered like about this far above it. And from a vantage point of looking at it, you would have thought that it might be touching the floor. But that's the spot in the floor where the cats would never go, right? They would never go where that spot on the floor. There was not an actual spot, but to the cats, there was an actual spot, and they would not cross it. For 2 years, they would not cross that spot in the middle of the floor. Anyway, so there's a collective in Tampa at the time, and it was before it got gothified. And it has since been said, there you go, that there was a lot of dark magic going on down there. I knew some people who lived in Pasco County, north of Tampa, kind of thing, out in the country, and they were like, there are witches' covens out here, and they're all dancing around naked, and they got big bonfires and stuff, and there's a there's a bunch of weird shit going on around here, Dave. And back in the day, that's where the carnival had their winter quarters. Stayed out there, lived out there for a couple of months 1 year, and so they're having naked orgy ceremonies out there in that area. You know, kind of sort of Satanist kind of folk, bringing in bad juju. And so when he was talking about, seeing monsters, I saw monsters when I was down there. Okay. Was not connecting the two until much later. So, but being up here in South Georgia had similar um, situation came my way about probably 10 years later than what had happened down in Tampa, right? So what happened down in Tampa was in 71, and what happened up here was in 75. So here we are. So I'm still selling, but I'm up here and there is no call the door, talk me down. But the incidence of seeing monsters was changed. Was high and saw ghosty kind of things. And some of those were like really grotesque and dragons and shit and monsters in the way of like, a large rhinoceros or, the head of a bull being obnoxiously out of form or shape, but not like, I don't know, like real shit and monsters, like satanic kind of shit, There weren't those kind of monsters up here in Georgia. So I was like, wow, this is cool at the time. Wow, that's cool that, I'm stoned as hell, but there ain't monsters. Wow, this is cool, and off you go. But it hasn't been until like, for whatever reason, I'm, um, going back through my life and my drugdom, and what was going on and that kind of thing. And it was all related to my own depression. I had to have these drugs because was not happy with self. Okay. So anybody who is depressed is not happy with self in some way, shape, or form. That's why people create that loop that they keep talking about. Well, every time I sit down, he talks about his blood pressure medicine every damn time. Yeah, well, I know I had that test done, but I'm not sure if I'm taking the right amount of medicine or not. I just switched doctors, and I trust him, but I don't know if I trust him. He is a young doctor and everything, and I know he's your doctor, but I don't know if he's the right doctor for me, and I don't know. I've been to your heart doctor, and you like him, and everybody says he's great, and I really like him too, but I don't know if he's been, and I'm like, shut up. Then he'll call me 20 hours later to have the same conversation again. Not in the same way, but he'll go through the same, blood pressure, medicine, nurse at the doctor's office, new doctor, other doctor, back to it. I don't know if this is right for me. And dude, we talked like a few hours ago, and you're still talking about that. Well, God damn it, if you don't like it, I just won't talk, and hangs up on me. This has happened now. Before he started getting the shots to lose weight. So he had 3 of 4 shots to lose weight. Now, I don't know what the drug's called, but after the 3rd shot, he was like, don't know about the 4th. And now he's in the hospital with severe depression, no thoughts of suicide. But he is in a special floor for old folks that have these kinds of issues with their meds. So, Ozempic, that might be it. Yeah, there was some weird stuff. What? That might be it. He's told me, and I have forgotten. Um, but with that said, see, so in a way, you could say he's clinically depressed in that they have given him the shots that have created his condition at the present time. So there is that. But see, he was depressed before he got the shots. And he was on, it starts with a Z, Zaldaren. He was on something before he started getting the shots, which are just like in the last, he was getting 1 a week. So within the last month, he's had these shots, which has made him more depressed along the way. So he has lost 25 pounds. Um, most depression is circumstantial, yes. But he has had issues over the years because I have been, we have talked about stuff, shit that bothers me. He helped me after my surgery and stuff, and he's taken me to the doctor, and we've done, and I've helped him out. I bought his boat because he was needed that money real bad, and I've done, so I've helped him. He's helped me over the last years. We've known each other for, at least 25 years. And so it's like, but he has been this borderline depressed for many years. And so this is just a continuation, but he finally admitted to himself and to his wife, honey, you need to take me to the hospital. What if it's Ozempic, then it took his already depression over the edge. But at least he was able to see it. Thank you, Jesus. And I mean that. So, but there are so many people that don't have that whatever in them. But I have been pestering him for so many years. In fact, his wife told me this tonight. She said, he told me that you've been pestering him about this. That he needed to get up off his ass and start doing something to call me up and let's plan something. And I'll do my best to get there. And if you say be there at 9 o'clock, I might be there at 8:45, or I might not get there till 9:30. But if I tell you I'm going to be there, I will be there. You know. And so I've only had to cancel one or two things since the first of the year, actually. And one of them was um, there was just a conflict with what was that I saw? It says, wait, what? It says can cause problems with the thyroid, hence increased depression. That sounds like it. Weight, mood loss. Yeah. It's also genetics. Yes, ma'am. We all come from long lines of people whose diets were, and he was one. He grew up on South Georgia diet. Butter beans and peas, and with bacon grease floating in the butter beans, and off menopause has been rough. Oh God, Katniss. People don't believe it, and I've been talking about it over the years. You know, um, I went through womopause. You know what? Womopause, woman pause. Yeah, there's menopause, there's womopause, and us men. I don't know about everybody, but me. I know I went through a period that was just like, you know, sweat. Have um, panic. I had panic attacks. I mean, my friend Marcia, bless her heart, passed away. But we would have panic attacks at similar times. She'd call me at 3 in the morning, go, David, I've called the door, talk me down, and I go, okay, Marcia, what you got? Do I need to come over there? No, just talk to me. Just talk to me. And so we'd talk, and, what happened, well, something happened and such, and, somebody called me up and they're having issues and it upset me. And I went to bed in a bad mood, and now I can't go to sleep, and now I'm all jittery. I'm looking at the ceiling and the room spinning around. And, talk to me, stuff like that, right? At 3 in the morning. Well, guess what? It's 4 in the morning Central Time right now. So things like that have happened. Why am I doing a live stream at this time of the night, you say? Well, maybe it's I miss my friend Marcia, who we used to communicate at 4 in the morning sometimes when she was needing some help and depressed. But to the same point about being depressed, there are people at 4 in the morning who are having anxiety attacks, and not to the point of like yanking their hair out, but they're sitting in their easy chair. This happened earlier. I was sitting in this chair and I was kind of just, and it felt like something was trying to squeeze me. And I'm like, damn, man, son of a bitch. And I'm like, being squoze. That was earlier today. So that's sort of a regular thing with me, but I figure it's old age and stuff. And it's also all the TBIs that I've had. And I just had these, moments of feeling clenched. But then if you study some stuff about magnetism on the earth, if you study just a little bit about them giant gamma rays and different kind of rays that are coming at us, coming at the whole planet, not just me or my friend, but all of us. And said, well, Christmas does it, breaking rules. Wait, what? But 20 is I hide on. Oh yeah. If you stay up, if you stay up it long enough, you don't go back. You may tango with the notion. So I don't take anything for my so-called mental health. Now I accidentally am taking something for my mental health. And that's because, and I would recommend this for people with TBI, traumatic brain injury. And I am on gabapentin. A lot of people, oh, gabapentin, oh, that's bad for you, that's bad for you. But if it helps you, then you just need to be monitored, right? Like any drug. How you doing? You still taking the same? Is it affecting you the same? But let's make sure, there's no side effect. So, but with all the traumatic brain injury that I've had, gabapentin helps to open up some of the brain cells. And it works in such a way that it's like it makes the brain, in my humble opinion, take a deep breath. So what used to be tense in my head is I can feel some tenseness in my head at times, but it don't bother me. It's like the edges are smoothed over. It's like I look up there and I go, there's some potential tension right there. Yeah, but it don't bother me. Well, is it something that I should pay attention to? Well, not now. You know, Ohio State used to buy sheets of acid out there in the 80s. Yeah. I got relatives up in Ohio, and a couple of them did. My brothers and sisters got into, my sister did, and a brother did. So, yep. And some cocaine, and yep. Not all of my family did that, but, they almost all of them smoke weed. So there is that. So anyway, there are folks that have not taken any drugs, and they are, I want to say they're bonkers. Now around here, there's some country folk. Somebody's showing up. Some of these older folks had gotten hit in the head as a youngin'. Okay, and they've made it through life, and they've worked hard. Don't get me wrong, but they ain't dealing with a full deck now. They got that deck and everything's cool, but there are some things they just, it just pass them right by, right? So it's like, okey doke. So let's not talk about, the chemtrails in the sky because that's right over the top of your head. Well, I know there's something going on. There's somebody that's conspiracy that so they can chit chat about around it, but they deep depth kind of conversation. Mm-mm. And then there are some that I hate to say it that are just downright retarded. All right. I mean, they really don't have enough level. Now, because I worked with retarded folks, I taught them life skills and things. That was my job, was to teach them life skills, keep an eye on them. We had work programs, people would call up and say, hey, we need somebody, we need, church would call up and say, all the pine needles fell and we had a wedding here and there's rice all over the ground and there's stuff all over the ground. We need it cleaned up. There's going to be another wedding and So they hire, the folks to bring a busload of students out with rakes to rake up this acre and a half plot of land, that's from the street to the church, right? And so they all get out, they work hard, and they each get some pay, right? At the end of the week. So it works well. It worked well at the time. The students worked well together. Some of them raked faster than others, but in their brains, they didn't know that one was getting more than another, you know. Well, she didn't rake hardly at all, and he did most of the raking. So he should have got most of the money, right? Man, it's because they all participated that they share. So he might get $2 more because he really has no concept of the money, only in that I got $20 at the end of the week. And it doesn't, it's not like, wow, man, $20. Man, that should have been more like 25. Y'all cheated me. He would never, because his brain can't think that far. Well, so there are people who are actually like that. Some of them had brain injuries when they was children. And some of them are just, honest to God, just naturally born that way. And I don't mean this badly, I swear to God, but some folks are just born stupid. I mean it. I've worked with people. It was my job to teach them. And there are levels of, there's retarded, then there's like really stupid, and then there's ultimately, a stupid retarded, and then there's imbecile. And in this layer of handicap mentally. So I knew a guy that I worked with, and he talked and ha 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 and slapped around and everything. IQ vacant, yep. And they could do certain manual labor, but not all manual labor. You know, it was like, hey man, go out there and rake up the leaves and put it in the pile. Okay, okay, okay. And then put the leaves in that sack over there. I'll rake them up, Mr. Noel. I'll rake them up. You all put them in the leaves in the bag. There was something about holding the bag and putting the leaves in did not connect with him. He saw it. He saw everybody else. Joe put the leaves in the bag. Joe's good. He put the leaves in the bag. And, so it's like, and um, I love these people when I work with them. Okay. But that's as high as their IQ was going. It just wasn't going any further. So what's that got to do with depression? Because there are some people that their IQ just don't go up high enough up the ladder. Oh, now you talking down to people. No. You have to be seriously understand. I understand it, not a dig at them. Yeah, it's not a dig to them, Crow. Not a bit, Richard. Because their IQ just doesn't, you know, you, oh man, that rocket lifted off the other day. Yeah, a rocket? Yeah. Did you see it in the newspaper? And actually, they just looked at the picture, right? I saw the rocket, yeah. It's going up in space. Yeah. There's this guy called Elon Musk, right? Musk? Like a muskrat? No. Them rockets come back down, and they catch them on, yeah, really, huh? We still going fishing on Saturday? Yeah, yeah, yeah. How about that rocket? What rocket? Bing. You can talk to them about it. They can listen. They can, yeah. but they're not going to say, wow, there's a guy, I've never heard of this Elon Musk guy. And who is he? And what do they do? And they shoot rockets up. And then when they come back down, they catch them on the gantry. Yeah, you mean, you know, ding, there ain't nothing there. Now ask them about a 289 from an old Mustang, and they will talk your ear off. Because for some reason, old model engines and motors and stuff, they just bing, but a rocket going off and it catching. eh, Take your lawnmower engine apart, and lay it out in the yard. You go, what the hell? And come back 2 hours later and it's back together and it runs. But the guy can't keep a check. He can't keep a checking account. He can't do the math. He remembers his PIN numbers, but as far as balance and everything, he knows how to say, give me a paper receipt. And he looks down and says, balance. $280. I got money in the bank. I got $280. And he might not think that he's got $100 to pay to the light company. I got $280 in the bank. Well, he better, that direct deposit is going to take that money out. And then when he gets another, how much money do I have in there? I got $180 in there. He's going to say, I thought I had some more, but that's all right. I got $180 in there. He don't think back on what he had yesterday or 10 minutes ago. He realizes what he's got in his hand at the time. Now, there are people like that, okay? Now, those people will irritate the immortal crap out of a sane person, okay? We're coming up on another 20. I think I need to top this off a little bit. But so these kind of people, ain't that right, Mr. No? Ain't that right? Yeah, when somebody die, you take them to the funeral home. Ain't that right, Mr. No? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, if you had a car accident, they'd take you to the funeral home. Well, now, wait, now you got to take them to the hospital first in case they ain't dead. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right, Mr. No. That's right, Mr. No. Take them to the hospital first and then you take them to the funeral home. Ain't that right, Mr. No? Yep. That's right, Harry. Yeah, that's right. Uh-huh. I had an uncle that had to go to the funeral home. Yeah, that's right, Harry. That's right. He was dead, Mr. No. Yes, sir. They took him to the funeral home. Yes, sir. That's right. All day long. Harry's talking in some way, shape, or form about funeral homes. Now, he don't mean no harm. And you can try to shut him up. And bless his heart for sure. Harry was this kind and gentle oh, I can't think of the word right now, but his mental condition. And, like some autistic kids, and he was 45 if he was a day. So he was an older gentleman, and his mom and daddy owned a farm, and he worked on the farm, and they wanted him to learn more skills. So he really couldn't cook for himself or anything like that, but at least we tried to teach him other things, and he did learn. But riding it, all day long would be, oh, Mister, no, Mister, if it, yeah, them birds out there flying around, if they land on that wire and get electrocuted, they'll go to the funeral home, won't they, Mister? No, yes, sir, Harry. I mean, just because he had a traumatic experience with his uncle who died. And I can't remember something, I'm not sure if Harry saw him get killed. It was a tractor accident or something like that on the farm. It could have been that he saw him or what. But bottom line is his uncle was dead. And the only way they could like get Harry to not be so freaked out about it, they had to take him to the funeral home and show him around and say, see now, Harry, he's dead. And when you die, you come to the funeral home. And so the funeral home was not a bad place. It was just when you die, and so they brought your uncle here to the funeral home. So Harry looked around and he opened the caskets and that's right, that's right. When you die, they take you to the funeral home. They didn't say anything else about anywhere to go after that, getting buried in the ground, nothing else. When you die, you go to the funeral home. That's it. Nothing above it, below it, anything more complicated than that. Well, after the funeral home, then they bury you in the ground. Well, sometimes they put you in mortuary. Yeah, but you got to go to the funeral home first. So it's all about the funeral home for Harry, right? So in a way, that's not a bad way to think about it. When you die, you go to the funeral home, you know, and so it's a home for funerals, you know. Is it a bad place? No, it's a home for funerals. But when you die, you go to the funeral. Then you get to lay in the casket and they put clean clothes on you. And they make sure that your hair is combed and washed. And that's when you go to the funeral home. Those are all good things. They take you to the funeral home. And then the people that know you, they can come by and say goodbye to you. Now, he ain't asking the question, where's he going yet? But so the question is, he's in the funeral home, and when it comes time, he's going to heaven. But he doesn't associate in the funeral home, laying in the casket, to being put in the hearse, driven to the cemetery, and put in the ground. Because when the casket lid is closed, that's as far as his brain goes. There's a casket out there in the cemetery, and Uncle Joe's in there. Oh yeah, but Uncle Joe went to the funeral home. Uncle Joe's in heaven, right? Yep. Yeah, Uncle Joe, he had to go to the funeral home. He's in heaven now, huh? Yep. He does not connect that he's standing at the graveside. He's watching the whole process, but he don't get it. Now, why am I saying this? It's because people have a dissociative kind of personality, right? And sometimes it's attached with IQ, and sometimes it's like an autistic kind of thing. Where and what's that other one that starts with an A? I always forget. Um, and so it's like, so folks have these conditions, right? Now, what's that got to do with depression? That's the whole point. They have these conditions. And so if Harry doesn't get some kind of response in certain different ways, it was early on anyway, about funeral home, funeral home, funeral home, watching TV at night, funeral home, funeral home. That bad man got shot. He went to the funeral home. Yeah, that's right, Harry. Cops killed him, didn't they? Yeah, cops shot him. Mm-hmm. He went to the funeral home. So, don't shut up about the funeral home thing. But the thing is that he has to be reassured because it was very traumatic and and turned his brain to jelly in that respect. Now, Harry could go out and do big labor types of things. He could do small things like, pick, washers out of a. We would get in large containers of nuts and bolts and washers and screws and stuff mixed together, right? And so their job was to sort. And there were some people that said, it's 4:20, my time, that, it would take an imbecile to sit there all day and pick nuts and separate nuts and bolts and screws. Well, we hired imbeciles and taught them how to do it. Not being mean, that's the truth. And they had a job and they were able to do it and they were able to accomplish things and they were able to. So shut up. Yeah, they were imbeciles. That was basically their mentality level. But they were good, kind people. And they worked hard. They would sit there and they would work and they would do what they did. And look, Mr. Noel, I got all these separated. Yes, that's great, Harry. That's great. Now let's go get a drink and take a minute break and then we'll come back and we'll start on another batch. How about that? Okay, Mr. Noel. Okay, Mr. Noel. That's how you work with it, right? So, and I worked with some of these people for like 5 years. So I knew them more than just 6 months, right? So, um, there are people out there who can't attain a certain amount of intellect. They're just not qualified. All right. It's not being that they're being mean or whatever. Now, one of them folks, hmm, strange scratching noise right there. Must be one of them big spiders coming to get me. But here's this other gentleman. Now he's about 2 or 3 inches taller than me, and he's broad chested, but he's only like about 185, 190 pounds. And he does farm work. He throws bales of hay, and he's a strong MF, right? And and he walks around with a furrowed brow. No, looks like it might rain today, huh? Yeah, that's right. It might rain. Yeah, Mister No, might rain today. Mm-hmm. So yeah, the Spider Man, you should see that some bitch that lives right there though. You'd go, what? Yeah, it's a big one that lives right there. But anyway, um, what's this got to do with depression? There are people in their brain that in certain areas that they understand, but when it comes time for them to understand about depression, like, hey Joe, what? You keep repeating yourself. I ain't doing that. I don't repeat myself. And who are you to tell me? You're trying to tell me. Um, I'm. You know, I know what I'm doing. And you go, okay, calm down. And then 10 minutes later, I'll go, hey, you're repeating yourself again. Oh, God damn it, leave me alone. Blah, 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 blah. So then I just don't irritate him and I don't say nothing else. Or in the case of Bob today, at other times, I'd bring it up to him. You're repeating yourself again. This is third time. Well, God damn it, son of a bitch, just won't talk to you. Click, and he'd hang up. You know, I don't like spiders either, but I have had this pact with the spiders that live within this house that they have to stay in their territory. If there's a nest right there, I don't muck with him, you know. There's some spider webs over there, don't muck with him or her because they catch other bugs. You know, I do not have a roach problem in here whatsoever. Now, I absolutely have a spider problem, but they stay in their nooks and crannies, and I don't have any other bugs. I don't have to pay for Orkin because the spiders take care of all of them. We get big roaches, you know, this long, palmetto roaches thingy, you know, the kind that's pop when you step on them, which which I don't like, and so I keep a can of spray around, but you know there'll be one of them big suckers hanging from a little old piece of spider web from a corner up there in the window. And the spider will be about this big. And you go, that itty bitty spider, now with his legs and everything, is about this big, right? So less than maybe the size of a penny with his legs all the way out, maybe. And I'm talking about small body with legs all out. The spread out would be about the size of a penny, not very big. And here's a roach that the whole body of this thing's like huge, right? And so there's a roach tied up, dead, because that little old spider sucked all the juice out of that big old nasty roach. And so it's like, you go get him, George. You know, you think that little old spider can't do some damage? Watch this, you know. Holy crap, you know. That would be sort of like, you know, I'm thinking about Gorgo, one of the first monster movies I saw, and then came um, Godzilla, you know. But so when they first caught, I'm going off for a minute. When they first caught, you know, Gorgo, you know, he was just this dinosaur, and you know, I don't think he spit fire or anything like that. But then come to find out that he was just a baby, and Mama come to got him, right? So, but anyway, messing with this baby dinosaur, you know, from the ocean, it was a cool movie, and I still like it. But so it would be like men catching Gorgo in a net and then eating him. That's sort of where my head's going. For this tiny spider to catch in a net this huge old roach, right? The size of a dinosaur relative to the size of the spider. Anyway, what depresses you is the fact that I can't stand either one of them. I hate spiders and I hate roaches. Yeah, but the spider one, don't care. I'm depressed about both of them. I can't get rid of them because this particular person has a roach problem in his house. And I have told him over the years, you know, things to do, like, you know, spiders work in a pinch, but there are other things like boric acid and these things and that thing. And, you know, and it doesn't necessarily have to be poison. Well, we need Orkin to come in and we can't afford it. And we need this and it can't afford it. But there are all these other things that I have suggested over the years. And apparently through other folks who report in, like the roaches really got out of hand. Well, they will, you know. So you got to get in there and take care of them, you know. And there are certain ways that you can do that. Get rid of their habitat, for example. And around the habitat, you add some special powder on the ground that contains some boric acid, some sugar and boric acid. Ooh, they love that sugar and they lick it and they get that boric acid in them. And then the boric acid, when they drink water, their stomach will explode. It's like, ooh, that was a bad drink, but it's non-toxic to other animals and stuff, and it's cheap. And so look, put this around. You ain't doing nothing. You are retired. Get your ass in there and make up some of that stuff and put it around them areas. And there's some other thing too. So, oh, I don't have the money, but you just sitting in your chair and bitching about it. Yeah. Well, get up out of your chair and quit bitching about it. Well, you can bitch about it, but get out of your chair and do something about it. So, anyway, all these things build up to people. And some folks, they might not say it on the outside. Now, they have a real roach problem that has gotten away again. They have renting this trailer, and the roaches have gotten into places, and they can get rid of them, and but they don't, because there are things in the walls, and they didn't get them all. So, but there won't be none crawling around, and maybe one or two here and there, and then all of a sudden, a month later, they're everywhere again, like they swarm. So that happens, especially with these little ones. So, but anyway, so that makes for the depression, right? That adds to the sentencing. That adds to the tension. That adds to the mediocrity. I'm not good enough. I can't make enough money. I'm on limited incomes. I have to tolerate these roaches. I have to tolerate this. I can't work for a living and make more money. And I'm on this, so there's the depression, all these things that you used to do. And then if you're a younger person, there are a lot of things that you should do and you don't know how to do them. You don't know how to logistically get through what seems to be this um, tumultuous life. Now, some people have it easier than others. And I will say this: if you have chosen the route of being cool and doing a little, doing some drugs, doing a little this. Now, I know people who worked as managers, um, and were prestigious manager. I'm going to say managers because this other guy, they were buddies, but they were, they were managers of financial institutions, and had 5 or 6 people working under them, and were dealing, they were they made their money by lending money, right? And so they were smart as hell, knew how to do it. But on the weekends, Flummerfelt got his coon dogs and put him on the back of his old pickup truck, and down into the swamp they went. And he'd take him a bottle or two of liquor, and he didn't come out until Sunday, late Sunday afternoon. And he'd pull up in his old pickup truck and he'd stagger into the house. He'd kiss the old lady on the cheek. He'd go take a shower, and he would mosey on off to bed, and that'd be that. And the next day on Monday, he would wake up, kiss the wife, all nice, everything's cool, and be a businessman the rest of the week. He smoked a little weed, but he was a businessman the rest of the whole week. Friday come at 4 o'clock, 4:20, that was it. Flummerfelt was out there. He was headed home. He was getting liquored up. He was going down with his coon dogs down into the holler, and that's that. Rain or shine, didn't matter. And I mean prestigious. Hundreds and thousands of dollars, sometimes every week, that they dealt with in lending and, collecting and all that. I mean, uh, the branch that I worked for, at the time, that $30,000 was nothing. That, they gave us a goal like, you got to lend $40,000 this month for us to be profitable. What? Yeah, we got to find people that we can lend money to. Yep. So, but anyway, not not everybody who had some hippie in them lived in a teepee. Bob lived in a nice, respectable home. His wife and kids, they went to school and did the thing, but he ate mushrooms and acid on the weekends and liquored up with his coon dogs, and that's how he lived. And his wife and kids, they understand it. That you can go down with daddy in the bottom down there, but he ain't coming out till Sunday. that, you know, you can go visit with him, you can go sit with him, but he ain't coming out till Sunday. So, but anyway, what? Two brands mentioned what? I mean, who gets a yeast infection on their belly? Um, it's a hole, unless it's an outie. Yeah, you can get it anywhere. That's true. Baking soda, change the pH. Simple and easy to do. But so for the depression and the traumatic brain injury, there are folks who have had brain injuries, like myself, that and some of the head injuries while I was working for the loan company, by the way, the same one I'm talking about years ago. In fact, his name was Bob Flummerfelt. So and that Bob too. But anyway, depression will affect people with those types of personalities differently. And then you give them a pill and then watch them overreact or sometimes underreact to what, would normally piss them off. Like, hey, Bob, your coon dogs suck. Them's fighting words, boy. And he'd grab something, right? That's one kind of pill. Hey, Bob, I understand your coon dogs suck last teat. Yeah, but they're going to get better. What? Yeah, they're going to get better. You ain't going to get mad at him, Bob? No, I ain't going to get mad at him. But that's true, They came in last weekend and, they did suck hind teat and yeah, they're going to get better. They're going to get better. I ain't going to feed them very good on Thursday night. And they'll be hungry as hell come Friday and they'll hunt them coons, so, but the first guy would just be pissed off on pill number one. On pill number two, he's real lethargic. And hi, how are you today? And he was Southern and he kind of talked like that, really, for real. So he was a little deeper in his voice, like this, hi, how are you today? Anyway. So, but Bob was smart, he was intelligent, he worked with numbers, and he could do other things too. But you'd never know that Bob was, spent his weekends down in the swamp with his coon dogs licking his face while he was hammered on Jack Daniels. and acid and smoke weed. Oh my God. So, and then come Sunday night, he'd shake it off and head to the house. And then Monday morning, he'd be back there selling, $25,000 loans and stuff. Back then, that was big money. So, but when Bob gets mad, when he gets sad, when he gets depressed, it's a totally different kind of depressed. He didn't make projected sales this month. Well, he worked hard to get it that way. He went out and solicited people. Yeah. He had his workers, call some people that had paid off their bills to see if they wanted to borrow any money, that we'd give them a special, interest rate on a short-term note, and so we could get the sales up from. And so, and he knew these tricks, and he had tried all the tricks, and he was still fell short of his what the manager or some other place had come up for his store. So now he's depressed. Now what? Now what do I do? Now I promised my wife, she could go on this trip, and we didn't make quota, and I was supposed to get a bonus check for that, and some bitch we didn't even. What happened this month? Well, it's the middle of summer, and people don't usually borrow money at this time of the year. So, okay, depression. There's somebody sitting at the house wishing that their credit was good enough so that they could go and borrow some money, that they need a little bit of cash so that they could go on a cheap vacation, or that they need, that tree limb fell on the roof and put a hole in it, and it rained the other day, and which it really did here. It rained the other day and flooded this all in here. It went through 3 towels and like that. It was bad rain. A frog strangler, and the thunder was, golly, Duggar was jumping in my lap, kind of thing. So now this has happened to them, right? So this adds to this imaginary person's with true life experience here, as I'm throwing it into the story. So real things happen like this, and this person's pissed off. Now he's been depressed, and now because the Ozempic has given him suicidal or you know depression thoughts that he can't handle, and Mama, take me to the hospital. I got to go. So there's all these things that I've discussed that led up to my friends into the hospital thing, right? All of these things which have bothered him, all of these things which have brought him to his depression. He can't handle these things. Okay. These are the things that have tried men's souls. Citizens, hear me out. So he said issues with his daughter and son-in-law. Mm. He's had issues with he don't like, the grandchildren. He doesn't like who the granddaughter is turned lesbian and now is going to get married to another girl, and it's like, well, she's nice and they're happy, but I don't like that shit. And I just think about it all the time, and it's like, drive him nuts. So there's these things, but she's happy. Yeah, I know, in this day and age, just as long as she's happy, just what they do in their bedroom. She's got a job now. She's paying. She's not bumming off anybody. She has a steady girlfriend, fiance. Shut up! They're going to get married. Okay, so she's a girl. There wasn't a guy going to pick her up just because the way she looks, right? She's a big girl. She could be a tackle for the New York Giants, you know. I'm sorry. Lovely lady, but she looks like a tackle for the New York or the Atlanta Falcons, you know. At least the bench team, you know. So anyway, but he's pissed about that. Why? What? The pissed about her getting married? No, no. Pissed about her being happy? No, no, no. Pissed that she's got a decent job now and she's paid off her car? No, no, no. Pissed off that she's got a decent place where she's living? No, no, no. And pissed off because her place looks better than yours and she don't have roaches? Well, you know, she's got a nice place, you know, and she's got that girlfriend of hers, and so it's the girlfriend. Yeah, well, you know, in this day and age, and are you going to go to the wedding? Well, I don't know what she wants me to do. But, yeah, well, you know, in this day and age, and I just, you know, I just worry about it. Oh, like Jesus Christ. Something more for his depression. Honest to God. So as this thing continues, now I'm talking about real life things that are about Bob, who's in the hospital now for depression. Now, probably from Ozempic. We'll see tomorrow and in these future days. But so there are other older people in the same wing on the same floor of the hospital out yonder who they've got a dedicated wing of the hospital for elderly people that have these types of thoughts without the Ozempic. But I've had hallucinations on my stuff, you know. I got to go into town tomorrow and pick up meds because I literally run out of one that keeps my heart ticking correctly. I got to go get that sun gun. But so people take their meds or don't take their meds. Their brains go off in somewhere. It's like that condition that I've got where you know the mental thingy where syncope thing to where when I bend over or I stand up quick and, you know, I can drop and hit the floor. So I have to be very careful when I stand up. I have to do it slow. When I bend over and sit back up, I got to be careful because I could literally pass out, you know, and that's because my blood pressure drops and it does this thing. And they have tested me. I went before the board and to the hospital and to have taken the test, and I failed it miserably. Now, friend, he don't have that issue, but he's got COPD and he's got this, and he don't like the mask, and they want to make. And I'm like, dude, you know, if you do some simple breathing exercises and stuff, you might not need to have that thing on your face all night long. But go ahead. So, but all of these things are depressing Bob. There's Aunt Mildred over there. She's being depressed. She's a mild mannered little lady. She takes care of herself. She's been living in the same house and, you know, whatever. And she's always seemed a little bit hyper. She's always calling and getting other people's business. And da 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 da. Da. But you don't know what goes on behind closed curtains. And old auntie, you know, she's having a hissy fit. You know, she's having, you know, her medicine's making her twitch and shit. You know, she takes the same medicine that I do, and I'm hallucinating. I'm hallucinating on it. They had to cut my dosage down because I was hallucinating on the drug, and it was making me feel funky, and I was hallucinating on the drug. And, you know, so here's this lady who's taken 1,000 milligrams, and I'm only taking 500 and getting a pretty good buzz. And she's like, oh, there's nothing going on. Everything's fine, Dave. I don't have a problem. You know, I sit in my rocking chair. I don't have a problem, Mr. Dave. Everything's fine. Uh-huh. How you doing, Mildred? I'm doing fine, Mr. Dave. Ain't nothing wrong. Uh-huh. Everything's fine, Mr. Dave. Everything fine with you? Everything's fine, Mr. Dave. Uh-huh. Now, she was a school teacher. And now she's, you know, sitting in her rocker going back and forth, taking her meds, and she's be tripping. She's depressed. So there are smart people that have the depression because of stress and things. So after 2.5 hours, 3 hours, holy crap, 3 hours, you have to identify what is the issue. So for the last 3 hours, I've been identifying issues, right? So you got to be honest with yourself. Are you creating this loop that you're repeating? Well, I don't like my blood pressure medicine. And I decided to take my blood pressure medicine yesterday, but I decided today I don't feel like, I ain't going to take my blood pressure medicine today. Oh, okay. Discussion, you know. All right. So you're in and out, up and down with your depression because you're changing your physical sense. You have taken medicine and you're feeling okay today. And because you feel okay, you're not going to take it. Oh, I've been there, done that. So I'm not going to take it today. Um, and I actually should take it today because the reason I feel so good today is because I've been taking it for the last 3 days, regular, like I'm supposed to. So whatever mood or whatever it is sort of, you know, evened out a little bit, and today's pretty good, but I ain't gonna take it today. I feel pretty good. That's the reason you're feeling pretty good. So you hear it over and over and over and over again. My mother-in-law had a nasty fungal infection on her nails. The doctors couldn't cure, but the the tea tree did. The first two brands I mentioned, two other brands didn't. Um, get fresh aloe vera. I mean, from the stem, and cut bands, yay wide, depends on how many toes or whatever, and smear the inside juice of the aloe on directly on the affected area, and take the skin of said aloe and wrap around the toe or the foot or whatever, and then put a piece of tape. And if you need to cover it, then cut another strip off of the arm of the aloe. Start at the big part, and work down towards the tip. But that you put the juice and everything right on it, and you loosely wrap it so the aloe stays on. And don't care how dry the aloe gets, the skin that will continue to heal. So you can peel back the leaf, the green leaf, yay wide, whatever for your toast. You can peel it back and squirt some more fresh aloe on it, and then cover it back up. Try that. So, how to deal with the depression? If you're taking medicine for depression and you still got it, then it ain't the meds. If you're still depressed, then taking any kind of medicine, it you might be really, and I mean this nicely now, you might be in the crazy spot where your chemicals really are imbalanced. And in that respect, because I've had medicines that I took before, um, I can't tell you what name it was, but it was like I got up in the morning, I felt, pretty good. I got to work on time. The evenings after work, it was okay. Didn't get in any arguments or any big fights or anything, and nothing was really bothering me. I could tell that I had some anxiety inside, but I could tell that it was kind of in check, and you know. So here's the thing about me, though, and it might relate to other people, as I have discussed all these other for the last 3 hours. Now what? For me, I found out that some of the feelings that I was having had to do with paranormal type stuff. I can't see a ghost, but I can feel their presence. I have sat in chairs with people at the house and felt and go, wow, I get the impression of some young lady that used to sit in this chair and do this. Come to find out she was killed in a motorcycle accident, or some weird shit like that, or hold an item and have like a mental picture of something. And, stuff like that has happened to me a lot. So I don't question it. When it happens, it happens. I don't try to sell it or push it. I did. I used to be like, I can find your car keys. Cause Hawkeye Two Feathers, Hawkeye, where to get, because I could find things, right? Hawkeye. So they gave me that name for a reason. I didn't. I was given that name. So, especially Running Man. um, but so one has to determine what is pissing you off. Honest to God, what inside you, yeah, well, I've got the doctor I went to, and I'm not sure he's giving me the right medicine yet. All right, okay. Is that really pissing you off? Or is it something you're just not sure of? And let's back that up. Let's put that over here on the shelf for a minute. You're not sure about the doctor. Okay. But is he better than the last doctor? Oh, yeah, he's a lot better than the last doctor. Okay, so your new doctor, positive things, better than the last doctor, positive things. Now what? Now he's in the hospital because of Ozempic. Okay. You still like your doctor? I'll ask him tomorrow. But to the point of that making you upset, nervous, or otherwise, you don't trust your doctor. I don't trust anybody. Well, what about this? Well, I don't really trust him. Well, I said, well, I tolerate him. So his bottom line is he's angry all the time. He's angry at some of the most stupid shit. Like, why are you angry about that? Well, my granddaughter, I love her to death, but she's about 150 pounds overweight, and I don't really like the way she has to drive around all day long and blah, blah, blah. And, they ought to pay her more money, and she's, and that girlfriend she's got, she's kind of about the same way. And they like each other, they love each other, they're going to give it. I just can't stand they're going to get married and the hell, and live together, and we've got this, that, and just work himself into a tizzy. Now, say, so he has a real life situation. Granddaughter is a lesbian, is largely overweight. He doesn't really approve of her job, but it's nice that she's working. Okay, so it's not all bad, but he can't say, oh man, she's got a great job. He can't say that. Something's got to be wrong with her job for him. So, because he has to create the narrative. So I'm like, man, she's working. They're paying for her transportation. What? She was able to buy a car with the, with that per diem kind of stuff, and she's gotten an award for being one of the best for the month kind of thing, and she used to be a just stay at home, you know, she was like a Karen, you know, and now she's working and she's working for people who, for the lower intellects. She's working as a county something and she's doing this and she loves her job and they love her at work and she makes a decent living. But her and her partner, oh my God, she's a lesbian. And oh my God, she's as ugly as her granddaughter. And oh my God, they work at something. And oh my God, everything's, oh my God. Not that, oh my God, she's found another person that loves her and they are so happy together. So she's fat and ugly. So they love each other. So shut up. One could say your wife is an ugly looking bitch. She's not, but one could say beauty's in the eyes of the beholder. So, but he doesn't want to go there. He doesn't want to deal with that tidbit of his life that pisses him off at the weirdest times. He'd probably up there in the hospital room going, I can't be pissed at nothing. But my granddaughter is a lesbian and she's going to get married to another lesbian and they're going to live together. That's just, he'd be laying up there, nothing to worry about, but he'll pull that out of his hat. Why? Because folks who have this depression have to find, I call them loops. They have to have these loops to play. A scenario, right? Well, there's my granddaughter, and so the conversation always hits on certain high points of his granddaughter's lesbian wedding thing, right? So then there's this problem over here. Well, I've been taking these blood pressure pills, and I don't know whether that, and it's like for his water pills, it's real simple. There's a weird noise. So I've got 20 milligram Lasix. I got 40 milligram. All right. And I have potassium pills to correspond with them. So it's very simple. If I can't see my ankles, my legs and feet are swelled up too much, I take a 40 and a 20 on my potassium pill. You have to keep them together. If I can see my ankles and everything's fine, meaning my legs ain't swelled up and I'm not retaining water, then I take a 20, you know, with the smaller potassium. It's real simple. If your legs don't swell up, you stay on the 20s. Well, my legs swelled up today. Take a 40. And yesterday, well, I didn't, and then I had to call the doctor. What about? Well, I had to call the doctor to find out whether or not I should take the 20s or the 40s. Didn't he give you instructions? If your feet swell, use the 40s. Otherwise, use the 20s. Yeah, but I don't know if I should take one of the... Dude, The instruction, are your ankles swelled up? No, not really. Then just take the 20s. Yeah, but I got to call the doctor to be sure. What the fudge? Creating his own narrative, creating his own loop, creating his own issue. Gotta call the doctor back up. Gotta talk to the nurse. Gotta find out where. Gotta keep this thing going, which is keeping you depressed and upset. And now you're bringing this upsetness to the doctor and to the nurses because you're calling them every other day or every day or twice a day. You go in at, you're supposed to go in next week and you decide to go in on Tuesday and just walk in because, well, you got to say, you have to talk about my issue. And now I don't know whether or not I should show up next week or not. What do the people that have depression, maybe around you, what are their signs? What are they showing? What parts of their life do they rerun? Because if they're rerunning every time you see them, if they're rerunning the same narrative, now they'll mix it up with different words and stuff. Might bring it in as a sidebar or different something part of a conversation, then they throw it in at the bottom. But the fact that they brought that up again, oh, and you see them a couple days later, and da, 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 and they're talking to somebody else, but they bring up the same narrative again to them, who hasn't heard their latest storyline, their latest iteration of what's going on that they keep repeating in the brain because they have to have this stimuli. The stimuli in the replay of something that's tragic to them, something that keeps them stressed out, I would just dream up shit. And I mean, there would be real incidents, but I would dream up scenarios. Well, what if the guys at work don't like my work, and what if the boss is going to be pissed at me, and what if I did, I wiped down the table and I used such and such, or what if it's going to be bad about? I wonder if somebody's going to, and you get to work the next day, and nobody has thought about what you spent all night worrying about. Well, I have my toolbox over by the thing, and blah blah blah, and I wiped it down, and nobody said a word. So I spent all night long worrying about it. Why? They were stupid things in the shop. Thought I was going to get in trouble for. I literally made them up. So in order to get that stress, in order to get that fix for our depression, we have to make things up so that we can feel it. Feel what? So you feel depressed. Are you kidding? Nope. Inside somewhere, your body likes being depressed. Because otherwise, you wouldn't keep rerunning these tragic events. I say tragic events. We have to repeat. Oh, my flat tire the other day, and I had to stop, and I was late for work. Well, nobody died in that scenario, but it was dark, and you were late, and it was raining, and you had the tire and the thing, and so you keep replaying it. And 3 days later, you're still talking about the damn tire. And 5 days later, you're still talking about the damn tire. And a week later, you're still talking about the damn tire to somebody. You go to a party on Saturday night and there are 5 people that have not heard your story about the tire. So you go around and tell the tire story. So it keeps you upset about the territory. Because every time you tell it, you put emphasis in that damn tire, and I just stand out in the rain. So you pump that emotion that you felt when you were in the rain, messing with the tire, having to wait in the rain and all of that, and getting wet your hair with it. So all you replay it every time you say it to somebody in the group, right? At party. So I know this because I used to do it. Okay. Until I had that talk with myself. You want to stop being depressed? Yeah. Then Hawkeye, talking to my spirit buddies. I love you to death. I do. Now, I don't, they might be over here, but they usually reside up here. No idea why, but they like it up there. Right up there somewhere. Not necessarily in the house, but up there. So I look at myself in the mirror and I go, mirror, Dave, Hawkeye. So what do you need to do? So, Dave, what pisses you off when you're with some of these people that you know? Well, they always go into these loops and they keep repeating the same thing. And so looking at myself in the mirror, my mirror self looked at me and said, you do it too. What did you just say? You do it too. What did you have to listen though? And to listen with it with your heart, to listen with, do you really, really, really want to fix the problem? Then you have to listen. So by looking at myself in the mirror, and I was going, man, old Joe, every time I go over there, he's always talking about this. And then he goes into this loop and he's talking about this, and then somebody calls on the phone and they ask you how you're doing. Now, I just had a conversation with myself in the mirror, and the phone rings. And it's a friend of mine calling to find out how I'm doing. And so I go, well, I was doing all right. And I went to the doctor yesterday. My blood pressure's up again. And I went into this rant about 4 minutes where I talked about medicine. I went to the hospital. I did a thing and I had a test and blah, blah, blah. I found out blah, 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 blah. And, so 3 or 4 minutes into this conversation, I have dominated the conversation. And I just realized as I'm talking, because I just had the conversation with myself, I realized I was doing exactly what I was blaming Bob for doing. Bob was truly doing it now. Wasn't making it up. It's real. He really was going back over and over and over and reliving. And guess what? Dave, you have been doing it too. No, me? My whole world crumbled with that information. And you go, Hawkeye, what do you mean crumble? Because I realized that my life was built on a set of self-constructed, fragile points of reality that I had to replay in order to keep my brain satisfied, because I was addicted. Even as hard as I tried to not be sad, I was still sad because I kept replaying sad things. I was still, pissed off about this over here. I'm still mad about the Civil War. I'm still mad about, Antietam. I'm still mad about my ancestor, General Lee. I was still mad about him losing his farm. I was still mad about, I was still mad about what they did to my neighbor. I was still mad about, dude, all that stuff is over with. Everything that you have discussed is already settled. Well, I don't think it turned out right. Okay, that's an opinion. Is there anything you can do about it? Well, no, but God, I mean, it makes me mad every time I think about it. So stop thinking about it. Well, that's easier said than done. But Hawkeye, you keep bringing the shit up. But it pisses me off. I know. So quit bringing it up. But it pisses me off. That's why I bring it up. Is there anything you can do about it? No. Is it settled and done with? Yep. Yeah, about 5 years now. It's settled and done with. Then shut up about it. But it pisses me off. Sort of like Rodney Dangerfield. I can't help it, it just pisses me off, But so I realized that I kept bringing up stuff that I had to relive. Oh, damn it, I lent money to this friend of mine and he never fucking paid me back. And, so every time I got together with friends or whatever, and it was like, had to tell a story about somebody that I had to relive so I could get emotional about my story. And then I stepped back like a wallflower. Literally, I stepped back like a wallflower, stepped back, fire going on, people milling around and having conversation. And I stepped back and go, I just told it a true story now. I told one true story to this set of people over here. And the guys over here, out here in the yard, and they're all sipping a little bit of apple cider kind of thing, and because it was a Christian situation, but they got a little cider on the side, and they sipping on it, having conversation, and I tell them a totally different story, but with an emotional zest in it, just as important as the story that I told, before little old ladies over there on the carport. So I just told two stories that are true, but I had to tell them in such a way that it got me upset. Like I was upset when that guy pulled out in front of me in the parking lot and I almost hit him. Man, my blood pressure went up and I screamed at that man, what the heck? Reliving those events to bring my blood pressure up as it was when the event happened. So in my denial, did you relive it? Yep. You really did relive it, didn't you, Dave? Yeah. Right down to my face turning red, right down to me pounding on the table several times to get my point across, right down to the what I was going to pull my gun part of the story. And so how many? So what about you? And they've done the same thing. This person over there, they're telling the story again, and you can tell by the way they raise their voice that they have become emotionally involved in telling the story over again, so that they can relive that moment that because that's it's not just a story now, it's a retelling of an event. What does that matter? What is this, Dave? For the last 3.5 hours you've been talking about this shit. What has this got to do with depression? Because all of these things contribute. If you don't have an honest to God look in the mirror conversation with yourself, and honest to God, straight up, conversation with yourself, you will always be depressed. Now, I don't mean be a narcissist about it. I mean make sure you ain't talking in loops. Do you have to tell the same story over and over and over again to get that same emotional satisfaction? Do you have to tell it the same way every time? Do people say, hey, Dave, tell that story about, when you jumped off that high dive, That's funny as hell. It wasn't funny to me. That's why I was telling it. But so is anybody asking you to tell that emotional story? No? Then don't go tell it. You've been telling the same story now for the last 3 weeks. You're still upset about this thing, so you keep rehashing it. Get on the floor. Amy, did I tell you about what happened to me last week? Son of a bitch. A guy pulled out in front of me in the parking lot. Because Amy ain't heard the story. We're in denial on so many levels. Hawkeye. Yeah? Can you look at yourself in the mirror and go, oh, I think I see the problem. I'm worrying too much about nothing. And I keep replaying these things in my brain. And when I don't have something, nobody pulled out in front of me in the parking lot today. Parking lot free. I whizzed on through the parking lot, didn't nobody pull out. Went in and bought my groceries and got right through the line. Didn't have to wait. Everything was groovy. Parking lot was good. The ride home was nice. 85 degrees outside, and in the middle of summer, it ain't bad. Get home, and kiss the wife and hug the kids, and and it's like, wow, and so, and then Ralph calls on the phone. And it's right about, dinner time, and you got to tell Ralphie this story that happened to you last week, by God, when that guy pulled out in front of you in the parking lot. And there goes your juices back up again. And there goes the emotions that your brain needs. It needs that emotion because that's why you keep retelling the story. You keep retelling the loop. And old people, like my buddy that's in the hospital now, tonight, this morning, that he couldn't get out of the loop. He kept telling the same thing over and over again. Now, it might be over the course of an hour, and it wasn't like he repeated everything word for word, but in an hour, he's going to talk about his blood pressure again. In an hour and a half, he's going to talk about his blood pressure medicine. In what way he brings it up, don't know, but he's going to talk about it. In 2 hours, he's going to bring up this subject and whether or not he should take an extra water pill and whether or not I looked at my ankles and I can't tell any difference. It's like, you got to get time for the pills to work. You don't take the pill and look down and go, well, my ankles are still swelled up. You dumbass. It takes a couple of hours for this stuff to work out. You got to pee because that's how you get rid of the extra water. But see, the whole ordeal, he has to stay excited about the whole ordeal, which kind of pisses him off because he's not sure about this. And he's not sure about the doctor. He's not sure about whether. So there's a touch of being scared in there. Fear. Fear that, even demented people will have fear. What do you mean? Even the psychopath will have fear. Fear that he's going to get, or she will get caught. or that somebody will notice, or that's, so there's that. But for somebody who's in absolute complete denial, that you keep bringing this same subject up. It's not that we can't talk about it, but you brought it up again in our conversation, and we've only been talking for 7 minutes, and you brought it up again. And, in another 5 minutes, you're going to bring it up again. And this happens every time we talk. Every 3 or 4 minutes, you bring it up another way, but you keep doing it, you know? And if you find a method that works, update me so I can add it to my what? Oh, God, oh, man, I've been missing a bunch of messages. Son of a gun. Lighterhorn, how you doing? Oh, man, I've been missing a bunch of people. The chat stopped. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, the chat just quit, and I touched something, and a bunch of chat went by. So my bad. So if you've asked me a question, you might want to ask me again because I missed it all. But so I missed nothing. Hey, Lucky, what you doing? It's okay. I understand. As long as y'all are having fun. But to the point of being depressed, though, so myself, I had to look at myself and go, listen, you keep dreaming shit up. You keep focusing on why my back hurts, or why the doctor won't do, or how come my such and such, and what about such, and I just had to have some kind of problem that kept my gut wrenched all the time. And it's a 20. Yeah. And I got a full bowl right here. It's made out of pipestone. And there's simple carvings in it. I don't Well, yeah, you can see it. Well, that's actually a pretty good shot. See, that's carved into, and then it's also carved into the sides too. I see I have Horus right there. I don't know. I've just, but there is a hole on the side over here that you gotta hold your thumb on when you light it, and it smokes really cool. This doesn't, the because it's made out of pipestone. It cools the smoke real good. So nice pipe. So this has been fun playing with y'all. I'm going to have another hit. I got no reason to quit talking, other than I've been up all night and the sun's coming up. It's been 3 hours and 33 minutes live and in color, I think. So if you know somebody that is depressed, then what you should do is gently and kindly start bringing these points up. Hey, Dave, what? Did you know you keep repeating yourself about, your legs swelling up? No, I don't do that. Yeah, keep bringing it up. Well, my legs are swelled. My ankles hurt, you know? God damn it, take the water pills and. But you do keep talking about your ankles. No, I don't. God, my ankles hurt now. Son of a bitch. Look at how swelled my toes are. I don't talk about it all the time, do I? Yeah, you do. Really? Yeah, you do. So, in this conversation of self, now this is why are we doing this scenario? If you have stayed with me this long, it's because if you want to find out why you're stressed, why you're upset, whatever that is, you have to be able to look at yourself, because I bet you there's something in that personnel file that you keep repeating, or that you keep doing, or that you, well, I don't keep repeating this. No, but you make up something else and you keep repeating that. Now, every week there's a new story. What do you mean by that? Well, this week, last week's story was the guy in the purple dress. Well, yeah, but the guy in the purple dress, it was funny. Yeah, but you've told it 50 times. Oh my God, there's a girl in a green umbrella, and she's naked from her waist to her waist. What? And you tell that story 50 times this week. And then somebody had an accident down on the thruway and blocked the road for 20 minutes, and cars was backed up. You got to tell that story. Did you know that there was a car that backed up the thruway the other day, and the cars were backed up for an hour? Saturday comes along, and you sit with the guys and you're having a beer, and you go, man, there was a car that had an accident the other day down in the, and had traffic. Yeah, you heard about that too. Had traffic backed up, for an hour. You got to retell the story. You got to retell the emotion. And you go, but Dave, what does that matter? It's because you have to, that's what you have to identify. Those are the behaviors, those are the words, those are the things you got to take a look at and go, I don't do that, do I? And go, yeah. But I don't really say it like that. Yeah, that's because you make up new words. But you keep, what was the end of the story? Me and the dog ended up in the river. Right. But how you and the dog got to the river changes every time. But the end of the story is always the same. You and the dog at the river. So now you're being depressed and so what are you being depressed about? Well, I'm lonely. About what? Well, I don't have any family or friends. Okay. So fix it. Make yourself go to the barn dance on Friday night. Make yourself go out and sit on the park bench. Sitting on the park bench, eyeing little girls with bad intent. Hey, Aqualung. Maybe not like that, but get out, right? Sit on the bench, get some sun, feed the pigeons, and maybe somebody will come by and sport a conversation with you. Maybe you're sitting at one of them tables in the park with a chessboard. Maybe you don't play chess. Maybe you can learn. Maybe there's a lot of maybes, right? So you don't have to be depressed all the time about, well, I don't have any friends. Well, I didn't do. Well, you could say at the end of the day, well, I tried, but nobody came by and played chess with me today. So I made up a game, and at the end of the day, I was about ready to go home, and I was playing a fake game by myself, and I was winning. And somebody came by and saw what I was doing and said, hey, brother, you want to have a real game with a real person? And this guy, Joe, sat down and we played 3 games of chess and had a most wonderful time. And we're going to meet next week. And right there at that spot, we go, you going to tell that story now? Well, what do you mean? Are you going to tell that story? You're going to replace that story? Is that the story for the week? That you met this guy in the park while you were playing chess with yourself? And he sat down and offered, are you going to tell that story for the rest of the week? That's a nice story. It's upbeat. It makes you feel happy. You are going to play chess with somebody. You have made a friend. And all of those are good things. So you're going to tell that story? I don't know. I had that damn flat tire the other day in the rain, and it just plumb pissed me off. You're going to tell that story? Okay. So, in our personal storytelling, talking about playing chess in next week does not have the same emotion that standing in the rain and oh my God, and how it pissed you off. Ain't the same feeling. But here's the thing, if you learn to change how you feel about standing in the rain, okay, what the hell are you talking about? I'm talking about how you look at what happened to you. Well, by God, I was standing on the side of the road and it was raining like hell. And I had, at the same time, yep. Did you see any humor in it? Are you crazy? What the hell humor is in standing in the rain? Because you were standing in the rain. Did you look in the mirror to see what you look like? Well, I look like a damn drowned rat. I bet you was funnier than hell. Are you trying to make fun of me? No. What you trying to do to me then? Oh, what I'm trying to do to you is give you another point of view, Dave. Dave. Maybe if you looked at yourself in the mirror and saw how funny it must have looked, you standing out all in the rain, all dripping wet, and your beard all gushy, and splashing around and being pissed off like you do, and cussing and throwing things. I bet you that's what you was doing, huh? Yeah, because I was wet and standing in the rain and it pissed me off. So you were throwing stuff, wasn't you? Yeah, I threw my tool down and some bitch of water splashed up and got right in my face. Man, I just see, paid you back, karma. Yeah, that was pretty funny though. Threw that damn hammer down and poosh, got a whole face full of water and mud. Yeah, I guess it did look pretty funny. Yeah, I get standing in the rain and I was stomping mad, buddy. Yeah, that's true. And I'm a crazy old fool, and I guess it must have looked pretty damn stupid me standing out there ranting and raving and cussing and throwing stuff and throwing that hammer down and that water splashing up my. I bet you it looked like a Keystone Cops and Laurel and Hardy. And there I was out there in the rain. I bet you it did. I bet you I did look a sight. Yeah. So now you have changed the tone of the story. It is the same story. But what did you do? Did you alter the story? No. What did you do to the story? It doesn't piss you off anymore when you tell that story. Now, when you tell the story about standing in the rain and the tire and the thing and the blah, now you're giggling. Now you're laughing. And now you're telling the story and you got, your butt crack has just opened up because while you were telling the story, you let out a big old fart. And the five people that was listening to the story busted out laughing as you was farting. God Almighty, that must have been funny right there. You're telling the story that started out that every time you thought about it or told the story, it pissed you off. And then somebody came along and said, there's a different way of looking at that same story. it still makes you mad when you think about it. I had to stand out there. I was in the rain. I was in a hurry. That is all true. But instead of bringing that angry emotion to the story every time, you have growed up inside. You have molested yourself, your brain. You said, Dave, what are you talking about? I molested my brain and told it to think about something else, to not think about this, to think about what that picture looked like. What did it look like from the outside? Well, but I was mad. Yeah, but there was a little old lady sitting over there in the car watching through the rain, and she was just laughing her little old nappy granny ass off, because you look funnier than hell. So now tell that same story like you was the little old granny lady in the car watching you get upset. Tell it like that. And what do you feel? I giggle every damn time I think about it. See? So now, are you upset? Are you pissed off like you was? How did your day go? Day went pretty good. I told that story about me being in the rain and how funny it looked, and me throwing that hammer down and get water in my face. Times in the last 24 hours to different people. And I just had the best time today laughing my ass off about that. And I see what that man was talking about there's another point of view. Because I told 10 people that same story the day before yesterday, and all I could do was get mad. And he said, I told this story today to a bunch of people, and I didn't get mad. Not once. But Lord have mercy, and I mean, hallelujah. But to the point, though, my friend can't see it that way. I couldn't see it that way because we people need to feel that emotion that we first felt. That, my God, it pissed me off. And we have to resurrect that emotion so our brain will feel what our body felt, our reaction. Got to replay it. Why? Because that's what keeps the depression going. Well, what do you mean? Well, I got to be mad or upset about something, don't I? Oh, shit, for the past week, things have been going good. I had to tell a story that was 2 weeks old the other day. And that just didn't feel right when I told the story. So, you know what I did? What's that, Dave? Well, Hawkeye, I started giggling. You did? Mm-hmm. As I was telling that story, I started giggling. And I was thinking about how mad I was. Damn it, I was so damn mad. I was so damn mad. I was covered in rain, and I threw that hammer down that water. It splashed up, and it was so bad that I just started laughing. You know, and I was like, see, it was just water. Yeah, it was raining, and yeah, it was a few minutes late. Yeah, but it didn't hurt nothing. But when I threw that, I just I started laughing about telling that. Next thing you know, everybody's laughing, and it brought back memories of other people getting caught in the rain, and you know, and I like pina coladas, and getting caught in the rain. Anyway, so, but what's that got to do with this and depression? Because there are things that can piss us off in one arena, and somebody come along and have a conversation with you and go, you know, what about looking at it like this? And the next thing you know, you're laughing and giggling about getting sprayed with water the other day in the rain. And the anger is not there anymore. And the stress that you have created, that you did create, because you had to retell the emotion every time. Don't lie, because that's why you got to have this conversation truthfully in the mirror. And there are people who go, yeah, I did it, yeah, but they won't look square in the eye. Whenever I talk to myself, I never use my name because there are too many personalities. Well, see, um, Lucky, what I had to do was because there are so many personalities with me, I had to choose one to be the chief. And that I had a sit down chat with all them ones that's involved, right? And to each personality, they all had to agree almost 100%. You know, there's one over there that was kind of being like, oh God, but they're grumpy about everything. So, but one of but the personalities all had to agree. And first they agreed that there was too much confusion and that someone had to be the referee. And so they talked amongst themselves and they came up with a referee, dun, 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 which is Hawkeye. So Hawkeye is the referee for the crazies. So when I talk about Dave, I'm talking about, and when I talk about Hawkeye, I'm talking about him as the camp counselor. Hawkeye as not necessarily the boss, but in certain instances, it's like, all right, chillins, sit down and behave yourselves. We ain't taking no shit. Y'all sit down now. I said, because I said so. And then there are times when it's like, now, all right, now, y'all behave. Now, quit acting like that. So there is, but Hawkeye is the one that picks through the garbage and says, "Don't, no, don't eat that. Don't eat that." Well, it's almost 4 hours, and I'm not setting any world records, but so in trying to find out about medicines, trying to find out what's wrong in every single instance of depression, you got people argue with me. Go ahead. But having been depressed for 40 years, I should know something about this, you know. So it's like, so you got to put that priority in, which I found is the same thing that you have to do in order to become a shaman. What? So Hawkeye has learned how to become a shaman. I am a shaman in training because Dave, part of me, had to have a straight up conversation with myself to pinpoint what was wrong or what is wrong or how to deal with something that is bothering you. You know? Well, how do I deal with it? Oh, God, yeah. A son of a bitch. I'm going to lose sleep over this. And, then you play through scenario and scenario one after another. And the next thing you know, you have made yourself just absolutely bonkers crazy. I've been there. I used to do it all the time with all kinds of different things. Was this tool going to work? What was my boss going to think about it? And did I have that report done just right? And then I knew really that once I got in there was going to go ka-ding, ka-dunk, and the boss was going to go, "Does it work? Good. Come in later and tell me about it." And there you go. Very seldom did it go the other way, but we could deal with it. But anyway, but late at night, I would play through scenarios of what the boss man was going to do, what the thing was going to do, well, how such and such was going to say or something. And I send an email plant wide and kind of frustrated because nobody's listening to me and about such and such. And then, they're all going to be pissed on the morning when I get there. And just come up with scenario after scenario just so I could stay upset and lose sleep. And finally, I got to the point where I was like, okay, universe, I got to stop this cycle. How do I stop this cycle? And the universe said, Dave, you got to start listening to Hawkeye. What do you mean I got to start listening to Hawkeye? I mean, he's here all the time. He could bring something up. Yeah, but you never shut up. Well, what are you talking about? He could speak up anytime he wanted to. Oh, I see what you mean. Hawkeye is in here, but Dave won't shut up long enough to allow him to come out and give you some common sense. So, in my walking to be a shaman, in my walk on this plane this time, as somebody said, you don't choose to be a shaman. Being a shaman chooses you. Absolutely true. But in conquering yourself and the things that piss you off and all, if you look at it, honest engine, you can conquer it. Because things just don't bother me now. Because I understand literally the underlying issue. If something comes up now, I got to pay a bill. Well, today's the 1st of August. I got to check my bank account because I got to pay out $9,000 today or tomorrow soon to pay my insurance. I'm on my new Jeep. Thank you, brother Danny. But now I got to pay $9,000 for insurance for 6 months. So and now I think it's the 1st of August. I got the money, and I had to save up and scratch up from last month so that I would have enough money for between the 2 months to be able to pay it and be able to pay all my bills. So, I've been a little, upset about it, but I got the balance out of my account the other day and I was like, I'm doing okay. We can cover this. I have been much more poor than I am right now. My biggest thing is I wanted to go out to Missouri and visit my friend, Mr. Berry, Mr. Elderberry. And, all of this is cut into my funds, for gas and the trip and everything. So, but I'm not upset. We'll work it out. Y'all figure it out. I'll find some, I'll save a little bit of money on the side and I'll still make a trip out there, to go see him in Missouri. But so, and anyway, by being able to control my feelings about those things, I don't lie awake all night thinking about how am I going to make up for the money I got to spend. I just know that if I hunker down with the money that I get every month, that I'll be able to pinch a little here and pinch a little there, and hopefully I'll be able to, pinch the right amount and be able to take my trip. So I'm not arguing. I'm not mad at the universe and, nothing like that. It's just another thing to adapt to. It's another thing in life to conquer. It's not about getting upset about. It's not about being depressed. Oh my God, I have to spend all this money on insurance. Yeah, I did that already, earlier on when I found out how much it was going to be. But at the same time, I'm like, well, but my brother left me a nice Jeep. And I'm thank God. And, and I do have the money. I can cover it. And thank you to the universe that I'm able to, even though I got to pinch pennies, and even though I got to be careful over here and over there, I can't go being flip. I can't be frivolous in any way. I got to be really careful. I can do this. So in life, when there are situations that come to us, and I don't know what I'm going to do. I've never been in a situation like this. I'm such and such and blah, blah, blah. And well, the first thing you do is just sit down and calm yourself and get out of that, and don't go into that being pissed off mood, or that I'm going to worry about this. No, you sit down with the calm side of you. For me, I sit down with Hawkeye. Go, Hawkeye, I need some help here. And Hawkeye says, okay, bud, you know, let's have a smoke. Let's talk about, let's think about this. Now, what of our assets? Well, what do you mean assets? Well, what do we have on hand? What are our assets? Do we have any money? How much is in the bank? When is our check due? Does anybody owe us any money? If we need money badly enough, is there anything that we could sell? Is there anything that we could pawn? Is there anybody that might want to buy that boat out there? Is there anything? What are our options if we don't have what we need? Go ahead, Dave. Think about it. Oh, Dave says, "Well, we got the boat, we got this, and blah, 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 is it? And I don't know whether we should do this, but how?" And then Hawkeye steps up and says, "Okay, but when do we have to know by? What's our deadline?" So the calm part of me will be calm. I've learned to let and to believe the calm part of me, allow that part of me to come out and go, okay, now I'm the boss of you crazy people inside. You all elected me to be. Now, I actually said this out loud to my folks inside my brain because it was that nasty and that crazy. And that I laid myself prostrate out on the grass out there on the hill and asked the Creator to show me, give me an answer, and showed me and gave me the answer. And it was to be able to talk to myself, to be able to calm the other crazy Indians running around in my head. Quit running around. There were like a bunch of wild Indians in there. And so to stop being depressed, I had to calm all the crazy Indians in my head, real Indians in my head in that respect, because of my heritage and having, Cherokee blood in me. So in that respect, I meant that there were true Indians that were whooping and hollering and being trying to be badasses. And I had to calm them down, different personalities, anger. And so I learned how to be angry like that of an elder chief. Now this is before I got old with a beard. And it was to be that it was to speak and not to myself, you know. But I also learned it in situations where, like when I worked and at other things and stuff, to be able to speak calmly in a nice, calm fashion, regardless of what the issue is. And, it's like, well, we got this and we've got that. And there were people who knew me, 30 years ago who were like, where's the old Dave? Well, what do you mean? You mean the Dave that used to holler and be stressful all the time? Well, yeah, we don't like that Dave. He's over in the closet over there. We put him in the closet, told him if he behaves, we'll let him out once in a while. But Dave is, you know, Hawkeye's in charge right now. And so I also had to believe, honest engine, that Hawkeye, when he was in charge, that it was truly Hawkeye, that I wasn't making it up. That Hawkeye is so honest, can't tell a lie. Um, you know, going to be very careful with discerning things in life, not going to make snap decisions or snap judgment calls like Dave might do because he's emotional, He's like, oh my God, look at it. Hey, calm down. So there's the calmness that comes with Hawkeye, right? The personality of Hawkeye. Now, one could say, well, Dave, you just making this shit up. Okay. But if you heard all the crazy voices in my head, you would go, boom, good job. You finally you finally picked a chief that will speak for your group. And that's basically it. So all the other Indians will speak up when they need to, and they will. But that Hawkeye is in charge. He's the camp counselor. He's making sure that things don't go out of whack. Somebody might be throwing little paper bombs, little spitballs, but they ain't throwing darts at one another. So, being able to look at oneself in the mirror and be able to delineate that. So it's like, me, Dave, I saw that. I saw that Hawkeye needed to be in charge. And to the point that it was like, was there a personality change? Yes, I got more calm in situations. How much of did what was that personality change like? Was it like a walk in or something? Did a spirit come from somewhere and you accept that of Hawkeye, the persona? Sort of. And the persona of Hawkeye is something that I imagined as Hawkeye, as this buckskin wearing frontiersman, respected by the animals, respected by the people that he met, and as part of a real story, was a true adventurer in a lot of senses. Doesn't like climbing too much, but has been in caves in the ground a mile back in the caves, kind of thing. So ain't afraid to climb everywhere. That's a weird thought to begin with, but so anyway, the adventurer, you know, that's who Hawkeye is. Hawkeye is wisdom that has learned things through life, and Hawkeye is mastered how to utilize what he's learned over the years. Semi-mastered some things that he's like, that's why I'm still a shaman in training. But in some of the things this last month or so, I keep running across other people. Like Cliff High said, in one of his speeches, things that he does, he was like, shamans, people don't choose to be shamans. You are or you aren't. To be a shaman chooses you. And so in my wanting to learn how to control my craziness has set me on the path of learning to be a shaman because it's the same thing. Oh boy. So I don't have to learn two things. I can learn one thing and it works across the board. So destiny is learn to control those emotions, but you got to be able to look at them. You've got to be able to look at each one of those spots. What the hell for? Blah, 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 blah. Sit down. You don't have to be extremely quiet, but hush. And let's go over these. You don't like watermelon because I got hit in the eye with a watermelon seed. And I don't like it. God, and if it drips everywhere, I just hate fucking watermelon. Okay, well, that's on the list over here. Don't like watermelon. All right, okay. So, but do you have to get pissed about eating watermelon? What are you talking about? Well, maybe you should eat some watermelon and put some seeds in your mouth and go on around and learning how to go and throw out a seed and go and hit your buddy and go. And then you have a bunch of them, but you have to learn how to do that like a machine gun, rapid fire, but you don't like watermelon. Nope. Well, maybe you should think about next time somebody has watermelon, you could be the watermelon seed spitter champion. The hell with the watermelon itself. Well, I never thought about that. The other kids spit watermelon seeds at me, but I never thought about spitting back. I never thought about practice. Oh, okay, so that's one. Okay, well, what else don't you like? What else bothers you? So you go down the list. Honestly, not half-assedly. You gotta look at what else bothers you? Oh, there ain't nothing else bothering me. Well, there gotta be because you're still grumpy. Well, ain't nothing else bothering me. Who are you to tell me that something else is bothering you? What is it? There's something else that you're ashamed of telling me. But I'm you. Right. You're talking to yourself. Right. So how come you won't admit it? Right. You were the one that ate that last piece of cake and they blamed it on your brother. Right. And it created a whole scene and your mama got mad and your brother was this and you said, well, I don't know. And you lied. Right. Are you all right with that? Right. So see, that ain't really looking at it, right? Right. Because the answer is, damn it. I know I should have said something, but I was so embarrassed that I ate that piece of cake at 2:30 in the morning. I come down here and I was so damn hungry. I had the munchies. And I was going to just lick a little bit off of the, and I ate the whole damn thing and then put the plate back in there like nothing had happened. And yeah, I did. I put it right back in there, just right where it was. And you didn't tell nobody. Nope. Anybody see you? Nope. It was 2:30 in the morning. And I ate it really quick. Yep. But you was the one that ate it, right? Yep. Now I found out about 5:30 that morning. Why? Well, because grandma came down. And why'd everything go break loose? Well, because grandma was saving that piece of cake for the milkman. And it was a present. She was going to invite him in to sit him down and let him eat that little piece of cake there. It's sort of like a pie, but she was going to let him share what we had for dinner last, and because his wife don't bake, and she was feeling sorry for him. Right. You're the one that ate the last piece of cake, right? Yep. Right. You didn't tell him about it? Nope. Grandma opens up the refrigerator and the cake is gone. And there she invites the milkman in, and all she could do was give him a cookie. And that just ain't right. When she had made that right. So Dave, are we still talking about you, or are you gonna straighten your shit out? Right. Or is Hawkeye gonna have to come in here and kick your ass? Well, what do you mean? How you gonna kick my ass? Well, because the right side of me, literally the right side of me, is gonna bug you, which I can, all the damn time about this particular subject until you want to go over there in the ditch and puke. Right. Okay. Let's straighten this out. So for me, I had to stand up straight and say, we are not going to let this stuff bother you anymore. And if it does, we're going to sit down or we stand up, don't care. We're going to look at what is pissing me off and look at it really quick and go, all right, let's a quick diagnosis of this. Well, and now at 73 almost, I look at stuff and go, this is wisdom is kicked in. What you mean? Well, the wisdom of the whiskers has kicked in. The wisdom of the whiskers say, sit down until 9 o'clock and then call the pharmacy to make sure that you called this one drug in. That's a good idea. We have to go into town today and go to the bank and check our balance. Yes, we do. And we also have to, okay. So the other side of me would be going, God almighty, the sun's coming up and I got stuff to do. It's Friday. It's the first of the month. My check come in. I got a big bill to pay. And oh my God, what are we going to do? Sit down, shut up, relight this cigarette and plan your day out. That's what we're going to do. We're going to look at this differently. We're not going to shirk it. We're not going to push it off in the corner. But we're going to sit down and we're going to make an outline. We're going to make a list. We're going to do whatever we need to do to calmly deal with this and be smart about it. Use some wisdom. And that's what I have learned on my journey to be a shaman that I didn't know I was going to go on the journey for. But anyway, so if you've stuck with me for 4 hours and 18 minutes, it's almost 420. Take another 420 with me as I'm wrapping up here. Because if people will really honestly do their internal homework, and not, you can joke about it all you want to, but you got to be serious in how you deal with those issues. Yeah, I got mad every time that I thought about standing in the rain and everything. And so, you can laugh about it now, but secretly down inside, it still pisses you off. That ain't working. You gotta let go of the pissed offness. You gotta let go of that emotion. You can always go get that emotion if you need it, but you don't need to carry it with you. Well, every time I tell that story, I get all kind of bubbly. That's what you don't want. Every time you tell the story, you feel a little laughter, you feel a little humor, but you don't feel that anger bubbling up in you because you have dealt with it. You have looked at it from the right perspective. You have put that anger, it's still there. The emotion when you tell the story of the water and the this and the people laughing at you and everything, and how you felt humiliated and disgraced, and how you went through the whole thing. But at the end, you did learn to laugh about it, but it still makes you mad. Well, the incident, the people around, they laughed at me. It still makes you mad, don't it? Well, so you gotta let go of that anger, but it still makes me mad. Put it away, put it away. Quit studying that mess. And you go, well, what do you mean, quit studying that mess? Well, because if you ain't studying on that mess, then you got a clear head and you feel better. Quit. Quit being like that. Quit dredging up things from your past. Well, I don't really dredge up nothing out of my past. Well, I bet you do. No, I don't. Well, goddamn, only about that time that I was, working in the rain. And no, you don't have any stories. You don't feel that way. Except that time you were standing in the rain. You let that slide, right? No, God damn it, I still feel bad. It pisses me off every time I. There you go again. See. So people say, no, I'm in control. But if they're honest with themselves, they, some things maybe, the older you get, you kind of put stuff away and it, all of a sudden it don't matter no more. And life comes along and you go, man, that used to piss me off, but it don't anymore. So, and that's a good thing. So, but in life, there are things that will come past you, especially at 70, almost, I can't believe I'm almost 73 years old. Dang. I mean, in a month, I'll be 73. Holy crap. Um, that we're able to take our life story. Now, it's not like when something comes up and go, well, I got to, somewhere in my life story, I probably, you know, there is that. But there are sometimes in old age, but there is this feeling that you get that whatever you see, whatever's going on, but you might have to pay a bill, might have to do a thing. I'm like, now I'm gonna have to, if I'm gonna keep the Jeep. God bless my brother. I know he's dead, but et cetera, et cetera. I'm gonna have to hunker down. I'm gonna have to learn how to deal with the insurance. I'm going to have to learn how to not be upset about it. I'm going to have to learn how to accept it into my monthly bills. And once I get in a rhythm, it'll be okay. And I have to, but it upset me. I got to pay how much insurance? I got to do what the law requires me to do what? And I got to, I'm like, do you want to keep your brother's legacy or not? Well, God Almighty, it's gonna. I'm gonna have to, save like in 6 months, I'm gonna have to save, $150 a month. I'm gonna have to put $150 a month back so I can pay the insurance in 6 months. Uh, $150 a month. I'm gonna have to. God Almighty, I'm gonna have to, But it is both my trucks, my Jeep and my truck. So okay, take a deep breath. I'm legal, you know. Oh, but God Almighty, it's gonna piss me off. Calm down. So there are things that still piss me off. There are still things that come my way. But at my old age of God Almighty, I'm going to be 73 in a month. Holy shit! Take a deep breath. We got this. We learn how to adapt. That's all. What's tomorrow like? Oh no, it's summertime. Chances are it's going to be hot, and we've had rain in the area for the last week. Possibility of rain in the afternoons. It's summertime. That's what happens. We're on daylight savings time, so it's gonna stay, light until 8:30 at night. What else you want to know? No hurricanes. What else you want to know? Have a nice day. And dear friends, I do mean it. Have a nice Friday. It's the 1st of August. Mercury is in retrograde, I think. The Perseid meteor shower is coming up. There are two other meteor showers that are around. And so this weekend, before the full moon comes up in a couple of days, if you want to look for meteors in the atmosphere with the Perseids and these other two, I can't remember right now, is the best time after 12 o'clock at night to go looking for shooting stars. So it's free of charge. All you got to do is have a clear sky, or at least a semi clear sky, or something so you can see. And, the one meteor shower, there's two that overlap with the Perseids, I found out. And one of them is known for its really bright bolides, some piece of rock that just really lights up. So anyway, if you've made it this far, take a look at yourself and quit being pissed off. Identify that. Identify that monster as soon as possible and take control of your mind and your body. And once you do, you'll go, oh, holy crap. And in a lot of ways, you will be invincible because you will be able to see that at any point, you're going to, no matter what, you're going to be able to adapt to it. If somebody shoots you in the leg and you got to wear a bandage and a crutch, you'll adapt. If nothing like that happens to you and you get to go outside and sit outside in a lawn chair and absorb some really nice sunshine for about 10 minutes before you burn like a lobster, or you go out tonight and watch the meteor shower and it gives you great joy and enlightens you and you think about stuff and did you take? Yes, I did. No, I took my eye drops back a ways when I took my medicine. And that was before I started the live stream. So it's 4 hours and 29 minutes. And so it's time for my eye drops. So, but I'm getting ready to get off and get my eye drops. So, yes, because I really do. I was not intending to do this live stream. I was not intending on watching the sun come up again. But Spirit said, you need to get on. There's a brother of yours that's in the hospital right now that's having these issues. And there are people out there that are having these similar issues. When I was depressed and on all those medications, I had those same similar issues. Depressed, couldn't get out of it. What am I going to do? Crazy thoughts in my head, and you take your meds and it doesn't do any good, and you feel weird and you feel antsy and I have been there, my dear friends. I have been there. And it's a horrible place to be. But when you learn to take that look inside, medicine or not, you got to take the trip inside. You have to look at the things and the things that piss you off is going to change. The things that are going to upset you is going to change. Why? Because stuff happens. So this week, hot and bothersome. Next week, rain showers and flash flooding. Week after that, sandstorms. Week after that, it's gonna snow in California. And week after that, what? So anyway, at the moment, this is the way the weather is. It is subject to change literally at any moment. Yes, there are sometimes people that we should shake our fist at. And oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene has got a bill up that says any kind of geoengineering should be against the law. Period. No more cloud seeding like that guy does for a business, which I would argue that those type of small businesses are still being regulated as the big guys with 747s flying over, spewing this shit out the back of the jets. Those are the ones we need to worry about, not the small time guy that's got a crop duster. No, that's not the guy we need to worry about. We need to worry about the guy in the jet. So, but anyway, she's got a bill that rejects all cloud seeding or anything, and I think that goes too far. I think small time operator is being regulated now, and I think they ought to be allowed to continue to be regulated as they are now because they've been on a small time scale. They've been pretty good, but the big guys in the 747s shoot them out of the sky, and if another one takes off, the surface to air missile, take them out. Somebody needs to take them out. No more of them big airplanes with all that spew and stuff. The small guy with a crop duster, he's okay because he's not the one creating the big issues. Nope. And also the 747s who are putting out all that stuff, they also have those folks in the K Yaga to where they can use the radar after the clouds have been seeded. They use the radar at certain frequencies to agitate, and so you drop this stuff in the atmosphere, and then you send radiation out in the form of a radio wave, and you agitate those particles that you just dropped in the atmosphere. And then there's a deluge that floods the river and kills people. It ain't the little guy. He didn't do it. The big guy and the radar, because there's some folks that recorded the radar for that day in Texas. They did screenshots and stuff of what the radar looked like, because the weather radar, I've watched it down here in Georgia, that that'll fly a certain way and it'll glitch on the screen. You go, what the hell was that? And it'll push a storm or stop a storm. I haven't quite figured it out yet because they don't do it all the time. But when they do it, it's clear as hell on the screen. The screen jumps. There'll be a beam that'll go out, then it'll go, and you go, what was that? And the storm changes. So yeah, they doing it, but it ain't the little guy in the old crop duster. No. Mm-mm. So, but anyway, knock on wood, the skies have been pretty clear of those things for a couple of days. Now, it we had a rainstorm come up the other day, come from the west, which is behind me, and I can look out there, but there's woods back there. I heard some rumbling, did not see it coming. It started raining. Holy shit, this table here, if it was raining, it come down. I had three towels out, just right here in this area where the roof drips down from up there. There's stuff up there that I'm sure is getting ruined, but there's nothing I can do about it. So, but I have to protect what I have down here, and you know, I had to go wring out the towels, and it was a mess. So, but I mean, it come up out of, I say out of nowhere, because then I looked on the radar and I was like, it literally just popped up, and it stayed to the south of me for several hours, and then all of a sudden it just crept further north and blasted us. So in just a short time, there was a a river running down here beside the house where I got the concrete brick runway, and I mean it was hauling butt through there. And then a low spot that's right out there dropped a bunch of sand. I had scooped out the sand. It's just a little dip, but when the water's running really fast, it will drop sand in that one spot, and it picks up the sand from up the hill because the water is running so hard down the hill because it's raining so hard that it's picking up the sand off the top of the clay, and it's mixing in with the water and coming down the hill, and it goes down the trench that I made, and it hits that low spot where there's a little dip and the water keeps running, but the sand drops out just like it's supposed to. And now when I went out there last night to feed the cats, there's this much sand in there. In a 20-minute rain, there's this much sand there. Like, what? In 20 minutes worth of hard rain now. But it took the water from the event picked up sand from 50 feet away up there, washed it off of the hill, and because I've got concrete and paper stones and everything all the way down past this door back here, because it rained so hard and the water would run through and everything. So, but the fact that in 20, less than a half an hour, it rained so hard that it dropped that much dirt in my little holler thing out there, that's in the thing. And I mean, I had cleaned it out, I had swept it all out, and make it. And then, but literally in 20 minutes' time, it is full of sand. So, it continues to show me the power and strength of water, even on a small scale. How it, because watching the sand deposit here in my little sand trap out there, watching the sand and how easily it's deposited in a hard rain. And it comes from the hill up here, 25, 30 feet away, and it runs down the concrete, but the sand doesn't drop out in the concrete because it's flowing so fast. So there's no sand deposits anywhere up here between the ground and the concrete. So all the way down here, you know, 25 feet, the water runs carrying the sand, mind you, runs down my walkway and then decides where this little indentation is. It drops the sand out in that spot. The water keeps on going past the house, but and there's another spot down around the back door where the sand gets dropped out again because of the way that there's a dip in the concrete and the way I got the bricks laid out there haphazardly. When I look at it now, I go, "Were you drunk when you did that?" you know. But anyway, seeing the sand in that one depression out there on the walkway, I'm like, wow, that's interesting. And after 42 years of living here, it things like that continue to surprise me. A 20-minute storm dumped that much sand in my little depression spot out there. What? 20 minutes? Filled it. What? Ah, the power of nature. So, my friends, I got one more for a 20. I love you. And remember, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you continues to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Now, for those folks who accept and receive, you're going to be able to control those little things that I've been talking about for the last 5 hours. Those things that piss you off on a tiny, you know, and you got to go through them all. You got to put them to rest. You got to not be mad about any of it. You got to stop it so that when things come up in the future, you go, "Oh my God, that stuff like that used to piss me off." That's what I say now. Stuff like that used to piss me off. It doesn't now. Oh, I've, I've learned to be wise by the whiskers. I've learned to be wise, wizened. Sure, I'm not going to jump up and down like I used to because it hurts. But, I'm actually going to think about it first. And jumping up and down might be good exercise, but do I need to? You know, I'll jump up and down if it's necessary, but just let me think about this a minute. I'm not being a chicken shit or anything, but I have learned with my wisdom and my whiskers to stop and think about this a second. That's all. Not quit or get moldy by sitting so long you just go, well, I don't know. I'm still sitting. We're still thinking about it. Yeah, we'll quit thinking about it. Or I don't know. We ought to think about it just a little bit more. No, we don't. We done thought about it and get up. And you might not have to run, but you got to get up. Well, get up for what? Well, you got to get up because you got to get up as your new self. What are you talking about, Dave? You got to get up as your new self. I had to get up to be Hawkeye. Because Dave a lot of times said, "Buck you," and go back to bed. The hell with this mess. And Hawkeye says, "No, nuh-uh, come on, put your big boy panties on and let's go, boy." Like the drill sergeant. And I can hear his voice in my head. Do I know who the character of Hawkeye truly is? I think that Hawkeye is truly a reincarnation of one of my selves. I need to talk about this some night separately from this at 5 hours in. Um, but that at some point in one of my previous lives, I was a pioneer. Now I still am in a lot of ways, but I'm not able to climb mountains. But I used to go through the Appalachians a bunch, North Georgia, Carolina, Tennessee, and up in there a bunch. I know where there's not necessarily, but a secret cave. It's open. Anybody can see it if you knew where to look. But I know where the cave is. Does anybody else? Only locals usually. But I know where cave is. It was an old um, corundum mine. So anyway, so mm, I'm still coughing up yellow stuff. I know that's too much information. But in our lifetimes, the one thing that we have to learn how to do that's going to stick with us every single day is we have to learn how to adapt. If the phone rings and somebody says, "Hey, Dave, you got an appointment this afternoon at 1 o'clock." Holy shit. I do? Oh, man, damn it. Where did do I have an appointment card? Where did I should have wrote that down? Well, thanks for calling. It's 1 o'clock. Yeah. All right. Better get ready now then. But, so that has happened, which means that in my brain, every day, I don't have to assume that I probably forgot something. But if somebody calls or I get a text that, here's a reminder that you forgot to pick up your meds today. Oh, son bitch. And there's a medicine over there on my table that I need to call up as soon as the pharmacy opens and find out if I called that one in because I just ran out of it last night. So, I need to check up, make sure I got my meds because with the weekend coming up, I don't want to run out of my heart medicine for 2 days, or today and 2 more days, 3 days, and then not get it until Monday or Tuesday. No, 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 don't want to do that, right? Got to be more smart. So Hawkeye's got to pay attention. you know, he's got to put his big pennies on and go, all right, now, Dave. Dave wants to just lay down and go, time to go to sleep. But anyway, so with life these days, you can be assured that you're going to have to adapt to something. If it ain't today, tomorrow, the next day, you're going in small little ways. Ah, damn it, ran out of jam. I ran out of strawberry jelly. Okay, well, I'm going to have to eat some grape then. I mean, just adapt. Don't have any American cheese, but we got some. We got some Swift. We got some provolone. You know, hamburger with some provolone on it. That wouldn't be bad. Okay. We can still have hamburgers with cheeseburgers. It'll just be with provolone. Okay. I think we can make it. So be kind to your web wedded friends, cause a duck might be somebody's mother. I love you. I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And when you do so, you'll pick up a little bit of humor along the way. And you'll realize that, oh my God, life is so freaking tough. But then there's a beautiful sunset or a beautiful sunrise or a beautiful flower that blooms earth. Something will come up and smile at you, especially if you allow it to smile at you. So in a concrete jungle, there'll be a daisy growing out of a crack. There's a spot out here where there's several cracks actually in the cement, um, but that there's this one spot out here, and I don't know why I can't see a crack, but there is this one blade of grass that's about as big as my finger, literally. And I mean, it is in there. I've tugged on it, and there's this one blade of grass stuck in the middle of all this concrete around it. Found this tiny little hole in the concrete. A tiny little grass seed found this tiny little hole in the concrete and decided to poke its nose up. Now it's in the middle of stuff, and I finally had to pull it out. But to the point, I was like, man, shoot, because it was getting up there and starting to be in the way for real. And I was like, man, I can't just mow over because it'll come back up, and I got to pull it. But in this, I had to pull it because I wanted to see what size hole it was growing in. And I mean, it's a little old thing. How did that grass seed get in that hole in the concrete, that's yay thick, find the ground underneath and decide to grow up through that hole in that particular spot, all of those coinky dinkies, right? And you just scratch your head and go, man, the Lord, the Creator, works in mysterious ways. You know, just crack in the earth, a crack in the rock, and and give the the planet a chance to grow. Mother Earth can take care of things. So give yourselves a big hug. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, 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 many blessings from the universe. Pay attention. Yes, there's heartaches out there, but just don't keep repeating the heartaches in your head and out loud and to other people. Find some humor in life. Repeat that. You'll be better off for it. Till next time, the wisdom of the whiskers. Keep an eye out for that one, my friends. The next one up. I love you.